Hmm. Rest. And Spain. Twitter and Spain. No. Remember that time he made a YouTube video that like started off as, I think it was like formatted as an ad for McAfee, and then it was just like a bunch of strippers dancing. Oh. You've been censored.
There we go. My clever hack for making this thing work needed to be fixed.
I am trying to get the chat where it needs to be. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so I am fixed.
Hot. And I'm going to shamelessly promote the video, because you won't.
Because I won't.
Yeah. Do. And tweet. Okay. Oh, Daisy be shaking.
Okay. So, saying again, because reasons, it's June 23rd. This is RambleCast, and we have one fewer McAfee in the world. So, yeah. No jokes, no callous commentary, just acknowledging he was a very unusual man.
He was. He was indeed. Oh, hey, Daisy. I got a Tile Pro. Wow, my webcam just forgot.
It really did.
It's like you moved an inch. What? I got a Tile Pro tracker for my dog because I'm probably going to be jumping between phones. And I only recently found out that Samsung's tracker only works with Samsung phones, which I don't understand because it's just Bluetooth. And it uses the SmartThings app, which is on everything. So I don't quite know where the disconnect there is, but anyway. So I got a Tile Pro tracker, and she hates it for some reason, and I don't know why. Because it's like the same size as the Samsung tag, but she was kind of walking around weird, like she didn't like it dangling. I wish it didn't dangle as much. It seemed like no one has made a dog collar where you can just slip one of those in yet. There are some for AirTags, but not any of these.
Isn't that always the way? Apple products have a full, like, over-the-top accessory ecosystem, and anyone else, particularly Samsung, somehow, no one makes accessories.
Come here. I'll show you the car. Come here.
I think
Daisy.
that may actually be my biggest, like, question mark in the world.
Okay,
Seriously.
so this is that's how much it hangs.
I mean, that's
like I can't.
That's not the worst.
No, it's not. I wish it didn't. I don't have the tags in the other room, but like it'd be really nice if I could just attach it to this one instead of having the second flip, because also hold on, I'm trying to cover this up because this part has my phone number on it. If I okay, because like when she's wearing it like this, this is like not it's like sort of pointing towards her neck, like it's not flat in the orientation, which is annoying. So
what you need is, I know this getting overly specific, but what you need is one more metal ring, like a really tiny metal ring hanging on that, because
just to flip it,
it changes the orientation.
Yeah, but that doesn't solve the dangling problem.
No, it doesn't. Well, I mean, you could solve the dangling problem, which sounds like a really weird thing to say out of context.
Yeah.
Oh, the things that we say on the internet when we know we're being recorded, and we'll ultimately regret them. But you could solve the dangling problem by it, like, just making your own like fabric pocket or something, and just stitching it right into the collar.
Because like the collar also has like 2 layers sort of, so I could probably also like hot glue it maybe on the inside, but that might come undone at some point. So
yeah,
it's fine. She'll get used to it in like a day, just like the other tag.
But yeah, anyway,
I do like also with Tiles app, you can give a photo to each tile.
Oh yeah.
So I can oh, hold on, this has my address on it. I'm trying to get this so it doesn't okay, there. See, that's my dog. It's lovely. Yeah, Austin said hopefully Google Play services Find My service comes soon. Yeah, that'd be a nice surprise if Google makes an API and then just lets anyone use it. That'd be the best case scenario for that happening, but I don't know. I think they're going to run into anything. I think they're going to run into issues with anything they try to make after AirTags became a little bit of a snafu. Especially since Google doesn't have the benefit of normally being regarded as a privacy company. Not that Apple's always a privacy company either, but at least they have that general perception that they're doing it, that they're for good.
Well, Apple's better at marketing it. I mean, we've got 2 companies here, both of which were called out for literally the exact same thing, of, you know, tracking your exact whereabouts, keeping track of data about like what businesses you walk into, the things that you're doing. They're tracking basically identical stuff. Both caught. I mean, we're not talking about theories, we're talking about actual proof. Both of them are doing this, and one of them walks away still seen as the privacy company. The other one walks away as like everyone's afraid of them. Let's be honest, Apple's just way better at controlling that message, and they're way better at marketing.
Yeah, absolutely. Diablo said, I wonder if Tile would use that too, if not only Amazon's. Oh yeah, Amazon also is making one of these at some point. That's who I want to have location data. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Is the battery dead on this thing?
I'm hoping we get to the point in like a year or 2 where there's just like one standard and everything plugs into it, like 3G. But I, you know, it's a running joke that just ends up being another standard.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say there is no such thing as one standard.
Yeah.
There will always be many.
And especially with this, like if you can't, if the location stuff software becomes handled by someone else, then it's just a race to see who can make a piece of plastic with an integrated circuit in it the absolute cheapest possible.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure like Tile is not eager to go down that road. You know, like Amazon, they can get enough units to drop that to like it'd be half a cent to make a tracking device.
It's funny because, for real, I'm in the review I'm writing. A little foreshadowing on this, but in the review I'm writing for this Walmart streaming device, my opening is very much about the race to the bottom that all of these streaming devices do. And, you know, it's definitely going to be the same thing for those tracking tags, except, like, way worse. At a certain point, every company is going to want to be selling those things for, like, $2. And they'll be profitable at $2. Just not for everybody. Some companies, it'll be like, we kind of wish we could get in on this, but we can't make them at the scale of, like, 1 billion of these a year. So, yeah.
Well, it's the same. The same thing happened with, like, not smartwatches necessarily, but like Fitbit style wearables. Like those are at $5 and below. Those you can buy those retail for like $3, and they connect to the phone. They track steps, all that jazz. And this is the same. It's again just a Bluetooth device that's always putting out a signal. So.
Make the title not bad for the cost of. I'll do that.
Yeah, so you got the Walmart on 4K, basically what it's called. I had an adventure trying to find one of those things.
So you had to find one? They didn't send you one? Oof.
No, yeah. So what I was trying to do initially is, you know, this showed up on Walmart's website like 3 months before they were going to release it, because that's just what Walmart does. And there were some reports on Reddit and other places where people were walking into the stores before it was supposed to be officially for sale, and they were able to buy one. You know, again, like Walmart does, and Best Buy and all these other stores. So I went to the Walmart that's closest to me, didn't have them. So I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll just come back on like the Monday when this is supposed to be out. And the Walmart, and on the release day, the Walmart next to me did not have any, but the Walmart across town supposedly did. So I went there, they were already out. Their website lied to me. So came back, and then like a couple of days later, I was next to the Walmart close to me again, just getting food. I was like, I'll walk in and see if there's one there. And there was one there. So that was fun. I don't think they do they let you order those online yet?
Yes.
They didn't when I...
well, at least I have the page. I guess I didn't check to see if it was, let's see. I'll get that.
Walmart's website.
Where is...
Yeah, 2-day delivery. Okay. That's great.
Yeah, so let's see. Shipping June 26th. Oh, wait, no, arrives. Never mind. And yeah, it says free pickup, so they're evidently in stock in stores. Oh, wait, what am I saying? Evidently. I literally went into a store several days ago and took a picture of one hanging on the shelf. So yeah, I already knew they were in stores.
Yeah, well, I got mine in the store, and they were supposed to also have the cheaper 1080p one there. I didn't see any of those, so I don't know.
I think I saw it. You know,
I know when I went there before they had them, they didn't have the sticks, but they did have a sheet that an employee left on the shelf that told them how to do the layout for the products, and it did say like the 1080p stick and the 4K stick on it, which is kind of funny to me.
Okay, so I'm showing it on stream right now, which Google Photos overreacts to scroll. Damn it. There we go. But if you're watching stream right now, you can see the you can see where there is the 4K box and the stick is to the next of it to the left. But yeah, so they had this, and when did I take this picture? It would have been let's see. No, not that. Damn it. Ah! Google Photos, stop doing stupid shit.
So
There we go.
I googled ADT3, which is the Google's reference Android TV device, and the first Google result is for giving me the translation of.
I don't know how to help with that. Here are other things you can try.
So the first
awesome.
result when I put that into the web search is it gave me 3 a.m. in Atlantic Daylight Time. ADT.
Nice. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, this was June 17th, so 6 days ago. They had these in stores. At least 6 days ago, if not earlier. That's just the first time I was in. Or at least first time I looked at it. One thing I'm not going to say I'm that surprised by it, but it did interest me. The Google Chromecast was in their store, but no Chromecast with Google TV. So
I think mine had the place for it on the shelf, but they did not have any in stock.
Yeah, I didn't see any sign that they even had a space for it at mine. They had a crap load of Roku stuff. They had their on branded stuff. Let's see, they had the TiVo Stream, which, all right. Apple TV 4K and regular Apple TV. I'm looking around at HDTV antennas. Yeah, after that it gets pretty irrelevant. Yeah, not a lot of... Oh, and then the original Chromecast. Or not original, but the current like moderate quality Chromecast. That's it. Let's see.
But yeah, I saw someone had already pointed out that this is using the same reference design as the ADT3.
Yes. That was me, or almost certainly me, that pointed that out.
Yeah. But it's got the new remote that Google developed for the Google TV platform.
Yeah, the GS10 remote.
Yeah.
I don't know how to help with that. Here are other things you can try.
I gotta mute it. I gotta turn it off.
Oh, jeez.
Silence.
The mic's off.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So I haven't actually used the Google TV experience yet. So before this. So I don't have full thoughts yet because again I've only played around with it for like 30 minutes. I was locking in stuff while I was waiting for a different task to finish. So I'll have to play around with that.
Yeah.
The remote feels like the cheapest plastic I've ever touched. It's like hollow.
You're talking about the remote for this on 4K device?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not about to say that oh my god, it's so great. And in fact, my biggest complaints about this thing are all about the remote. I mean, 100%. I think the remote is the weak point of this device. But the hollowness and plasticiness I don't think this is that bad in that context. I mean, it's not great to hold, but my complaints have nothing to do with material. My complaints have everything to do with the physical design of this remote.
Yeah. It's an itty bitty thing. It feels like
Yeah.
I'm trying to change channels on like my iPod Nano a little bit. It's
Yeah.
kind of hard to kind of hard to grasp.
So, yeah, here's the thing. I changed focus, so it's just on me for a second. This remote, man, I have to actually hold it at an angle so it doesn't blow out in my light. But this remote is small, and it's like in this dimension it's fine. Like Cheers, it sits in the hand decently well in terms of length, but it's just too thin. It sucks because it has a rounded bottom, so which I have two complaints about, but I'll stick with the first one. The thing is, when you hold it in your hand, all the buttons are oriented to the sides. So as you press it, it literally kind of wants to roll in your hand just a little bit. So you actually have to kind of flex your hand just a little to keep it from rolling. And after I use this for, first night setting it up and kind of messing around with it. No, Corbin didn't leave. I just hadn't changed the camera angle back.
Cody's just censoring me.
You weren't even muted. I made a point of adding your audio so you would not be lost. Anyway, the thing is, as you press the buttons on this thing, it literally wants to roll in your hand. And after that first hour or so of using it, I legitimately, my hand hurt. It wasn't like an, oh my god, gamer claw level hurt. But it was still like, I'm straining my hand more than I possibly should in order to hold a freaking remote. What the hell is this? And that made me displeased. Let's see. Carson asked, "What's the difference? What is the $5 difference between the two different models of on streaming devices?" As far as I know, it's literally just the stick is 1080p, and the box that I'm reviewing is 4K.
Yeah,
I assume there are other differences, like maybe the 1080p version doesn't support as much or something. But
yeah, I think like it might have less RAM or something. But
oof, that would be bleak.
Let me see.
I'd be more worried if it had less storage, though. Oh
so
my god.
The 1080p, the 1080p one has 1 gigabyte of RAM.
Oh my god.
How much does
that's too
how much
low.
does the 4K
2
have?
gigs.
Okay, so that's the difference. We found it.
And I believe both of them have 8 gigs of storage, which guys, no.
Yeah, and they didn't even put a USB port on it, so you can't add more.
Yeah, and I haven't tested yet. I don't know if I really can test this, but I don't know if the power port would possibly support data.
Yeah, I don't think I have an adapter that would let me do that. Like I have like the micro USB OTG cables, but not something with us that still has like a power pass through. I should try that.
I might. I have to look.
How much are one of those stupid cables on
Oh, they're
Amazon?
cheap, like $5. It's literally just all you have to do in order to make something OTG is change the orientation of one wire, I think, or like swap 2 wires.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's low cost.
This is a.
But yeah,
I'll have to look around later for ones with like a power pass through, because a lot of these are just for like tablets where they have their own battery.
Let's see. Anyway, yeah, so the box itself works great. I mean, I'm sure that something like the Shield can outperform it. So I'm not going to set some standard of like, oh, if you have any high-end games, they're going to play without a problem. But which actually I imagine they still would. There aren't really any games that are pushing the power threshold on Android TV. But yeah, I didn't see any jerkiness. I didn't see any real like slow behavior. It all works fine, and the software's good. I mean, it's Android TV. It's stock Android TV. They have a couple of streaming apps like if I recall, I think the setup screen does not let you choose not to install Netflix, Disney Plus, and HBO, I think, or maybe it's Hulu. I don't know. It's some combination of these, but I have a shot of this. I just don't have it handy at the moment. But yeah, there are a few that you aren't allowed to not install, but as soon as you get to the point of like fully set up, you can install most of them. Carson, no, It is not Google TV proper. It is just Android TV. So you're not getting the same experience you would on the Chromecast with Google TV, but it's the exact same experience you would get on any other current Android TV device.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was not the Google TV. That's interesting.
Well, the difference between these two is like next to nothing now.
It's just like more, well, I was going to say more recommendations on the home screen launcher, but the home screen launcher on mine also had big banners for things I didn't want to watch.
Well, yeah, because they just rolled out an interface that is very much Google TV, but not officially. Like, it's all the same crap. It's just, I guess, slightly different. Mm-hmm. I haven't looked at all the specific differences, but at this point, like, I don't think you're missing anything in that sense. So yeah, it's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. Yeah, the thing that I think you're missing is just updates. And actually, I'll ask you now. I was gonna ask you this very directly. Since you were the Android update guy for so long, how was Walmart's history with updates, or do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
But also, like, I don't really know how much involvement Walmart would have with the software for this, because like they're like all the firmware is just like the same like reference board that the ADT and other devices are using. Like I think even like there was a Mi box maybe based on this too. I was Googling around. So I don't know. I did get one update already on mine.
Yeah. Out of the box, there's a big ass 660 meg update or whatever.
Yeah, I haven't checked what like my security patches or anything like that. I'll have to do some investigation.
Well, it's April 2021 is their current security patch.
Okay.
Yeah, I looked at this stuff already.
Yeah.
But I'm
not installing like a web browser on my TV.
Yeah, but that's an out of the box update. The thing is, I don't have faith that we're gonna see. I'm not worried about the out of the box experience. Like, it's Android 10, which is old, but it's not that old. It's not necessarily weird for it to launch with Android 10. My question though is, will it ever see Android 11 or 12 or 13?
Yeah.
Like, are they possibly going to just skip Android 11 and go straight to 12? Is it going to be like the last day that they can, under agreement, is it going to be the last day that they could release Android 11? Suddenly we'll get a patch, or not a patch, but an update to Android 11, and everyone's going to be like, guys, 13 is coming out like tomorrow. Couldn't you have given us 12 at this point? Like, that's what I'm really wondering about.
And also, Android TV is weird because I don't know if there are even any devices running Android TV 11. Are there? Except maybe the ADT3. Like, I know NVIDIA always takes a long time with the updates for their sticks.
Yeah, they're famously slow.
Yeah, and no one else is like really trying with the software experience on Android TV stuff. Like all the TV companies, if they update the OS on their TVs, it takes a long time too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure. I don't have my hopes high, but again, like Android TV is kind of weird where like already on normal Android, most apps will work on very old versions that have just small slivers of market share at this point. So I'm not worried about apps not working on this in 2 years.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the apps themselves. To me, well, I guess I am a little worried about the apps, but I'm looking at it as, one, to some extent, the security update. Two, just, okay. I'm planning on making a big argument about this in my review. Which this is funny that we're talking about it because you and I are both going to be writing reviews on this anyway.
Yeah, and usually when I'm reviewing something, I make a point to not look at what anyone else is saying about it. Unless it's like on Twitter, because I'm like, I don't want my opinion to, like, you know.
Exactly.
I need to form an opinion.
Also, now that I think about it, this is the first time in history you and I are reviewing the same thing. And like,
yeah,
we've always been at the same place, so there was never going to be two reviews coming from the same person.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, I'm planning on making a big fuss about this, but the thing is, if right now, like historically, Google has never put a lot of effort or attention into Android TV. Not to say that they've abandoned it, not to say that it was like a graveyard thing, all the stupid, like, circle jerk rhetoric that you get off of, let's say, Reddit. But I also wouldn't say that they've taken it that seriously. It was always definitely a side project. It never felt sincerely like this is a thing Google really cares about. So the thing is, though, as Google has shown many, many times, all of a sudden they can start caring. Like, this is a company that one day might go, you know what? Hey, remember Google Voice? That thing that you thought we were going to kill off at any minute? Yeah, you know what? Let's actually make it good. Let's go in and fix everything. We're going to make this like the greatest voicemail service you've ever had. And then they did. Well, what happens if they do that with Android TV? And Walmart's version ends up sitting there just rotting for the rest of time. And I mean, we're still talking about a $30 device, and at any time you could just say, all right, I'll go buy the next $30 or $40 device out there that has the current versions. But
yeah,
but realistically,
and
you don't want to. You just want your thing to get updates. And if Google suddenly puts out, let's say, an Android 13 version of Android TV, or 12 or whatever, and it's like, holy crap, this changes everything. Like, it actually makes everything perfect somehow. You don't want to be left in the dark on that. And if you'd spent $20 more, you'd have a device that would do that. Like, that's the part that kind of sucks about this.
Yeah, like basically every single Samsung and Wear OS smartwatch is in that place right now, where it's like, oh yeah, there's a lot of them. They're at good prices. Do not buy one though, because it will almost certainly not get whatever's coming down the pipeline. Like I saw a lot of websites for the Prime Day sales do sales for Samsung watches, and I was like, no, don't do. Samsung has already said they're done with these. These will not get the new combined software. They're going to keep them on life support for 1 or 2 more years, but they're not going to get anything new. The apps will probably start falling off a cliff, like the few apps that are actively supported on there that you'd want to use. Yeah, they're probably going to turn those off soon. So I was like, no, don't buy those. That's a terrible idea. But yeah, like to your point about Android TV maybe not getting a ton of attention. I think maybe, but also Android TV, like I haven't used Android TV a ton. I've used stuff with it, like the Anchor projectors I reviewed, and a couple of other times, and like it's fine. I don't think I really have any gripes with Android TV, whereas I have gripes with Wear OS. So
Yeah,
I think
I'm
like,
mostly
it's
happy
fine.
with Android TV. Not to say I can't see ways to improve it, but
Yeah, Diablo said multiple profiles. Yeah, that is like,
yeah.
well, that. Yeah, I was trying to think because like I did have a Nexus player, and I remember trying to set that up where I could have my stuff, but then also someone else could access it in my house, and just use it for Netflix or whatever, and that was a struggle. So, yeah, I take back my point just a little bit because that is silly. That's not in there yet. What was that? Was that an issue with only Google TV or Android TV as well, where there's not real
Oh, it's
user
Android
profiles? Okay, that's what I thought. Because I remember there was like a guest profile and then the main, and there's no in between, which is weird because Android, it's on phones and tablets, has had great user profile support for years. So good job, Google. And I think that's also that's part of the reason I think I switched the stuff in my house at the time to Roku, because Roku was built a little bit differently where the profiles were in the apps. So like, everyone would get the Netflix, like there'd just be the Netflix app on the Roku, and then they open the profiles through Netflix. That's not a solution if someone wants to use a different account for something, but that didn't come up.
Believe me, I agree. I've always thought, and I'm not sure, I've never been able to come up with a good way to solve this. Not exactly. I mean, I kind of have ideas, but I've always wondered how you solve the problem of one person watching a TV, then another person comes in and watches a TV. Like, how do you make switching profiles easy for them? And then what scenario do you get when like 3 different people come in and watch at the same time? Which Apple, I mean, oh wait, did you watch WWDC from just like 2 weeks ago?
Parts of it.
Did you see the thing about how Apple TV would make recommendations based on multiple people watching? Yeah, that's a thing.
Okay.
So Apple TV is actually trying to solve this. So, cheers to them for trying. I don't know that I have a lot of faith that they'll somehow crack the code on that, but that's impressive. At least they're trying to figure that one out. But it is a hard problem to solve. It's legitimately a really, really hard problem to solve.
Yeah. Well, the ideals, I think the ideal version of this was the Chromecast, where just you already have all your settings and accounts and everything on the phone. You just push it to the TV. But like, I don't like that approach either, because then like my phone has to stay connected to the TV and it never wants to do that.
Yeah. Plus, you just have the constant and terribly annoying problem of no effing remote.
Yeah.
I hate that so much.
Right. You keep talking. I made the terrible mistake of wearing my fleece pajama pants right now, and it is hot as hell. So I'm gonna change.
Understood. Yeah. Which, speaking of, I'm not gonna commit to an ultra long stream today either, because it's hot here, yo. It is a toasty. Actually, I don't know what today's temperature weather is like. We're gonna find that out. Okay, it says it's 81. That's actually not technically that bad, but again, room without AC, so no promises. Let's see. Diablo, you'd think voice match, casting a Doom match for your profile. Okay, so that would actually be an interesting option. I'd kind of dig voice match as a thing. Like, you just pick up the remote and say it's Cody or it's Corbin, and in theory, it should be able to switch profiles. That would be kind of neat. Or even just like hold down a button and like a profile button, or hit the Google Assistant button and just tell it switch to such and such profile. Like these types of options would make sense. The other way I could see it going, and I know that this is a bit of a long shot, but imagine for a second putting on the remote, like on the action button, a fingerprint reader. So you just pick up the remote, put your finger there, and it switches profile for you. Like if it's in the middle of watching something, it doesn't interfere with that, but you just pick up the remote. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you make the button or the fingerprint reader, put it somewhere else so it doesn't automatically happen. I don't know. But somehow, some way, I think it'd be really clever to do that. And I've thought about that a few times, but it also worries me that possibly might creep people out, or it won't work that well, because let's be honest, no one's going to put a very good fingerprint reader into a remote.
Right.
But yeah. Great minds think alike. But yeah, I want some sort of way to make profile switching easier. And again, I think this also needs to just be tempered by the fact that there's going to be multiple people using any TV device. It's baffling to me that Android TV doesn't support this better. And honestly, I'm surprised it even took Apple this long to do it. These are things that just should have been better from day one. It's insane that they weren't.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, like, how many engineers are just like, no, like not ever having to share their TV. Like, where's the disconnect here?
Wow, that feels weirdly cynical. I mean, probably not wrong, but
all those software people living alone.
There is a little truth to it.
I mean, that is why I didn't think about it until you brought it up, because I don't have this issue anymore.
Oh no, dead serious. When Android TV was announced, I'm totally serious about this. It was announced, and let's see if I remember. I might have this wrong, but I think we saw a preview of it during one of the sessions during the I/O where they announced it. So like they showed off a little bit during the keynote, but then like if you went to this other session, which I imagine they eventually put up on YouTube. Anyway, we saw a little bit of it, and I remember sitting there watching this, and I think I asked during the Q&A, like, how does this handle multiple people? And their answer was, oh, like, we've got a plan for that, but it's not implemented yet. And clearly, wow, their definition of yet was real loose. Maybe their definition of plan was also pretty loose.
Yeah, so I need to play with it more. I wanted to get a review out early because I got it early. Well, not early, but like pretty soon after it was officially released. But then I ran it. I had to finish other reviews, and then sales happened, so that didn't happen.
Yeah, I was trying to have mine written. I expected to have mine written by today, and instead it's about half written. But I'm not going to make it super long or anything. But I figure I'll probably have mine finished in writing by tonight.
Yeah. Also, I did just order a powered micro USB hub for $8. So I will try that out with my thing and report back. Maybe make a little, like, I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna sell well enough to do like SEO content, but maybe something like how to add more storage to your shitty Walmart Android TV box.
Honestly,
how to install more than 3 apps.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give my conclusion right now. Honestly, I think that this is one of those things, and I've said this actually on stream a couple times already during game streams. So David and I think someone else, I want to say Carson, may have already heard this. But yeah, the simple summary on this is, for your living room, I would still get the Chromecast with Google TV. Just because you're probably going to want the features, and if Google makes improvements that actually are appreciably significant, you're probably going to want it, and it's $20 more. If you know, I mean, I'm not trying to make assumptions about people's finances, but I think most people can afford an extra $20 for the thing that they're going to be relying on in their living room. But for anywhere else, like, if you're going to put this on, I keep thinking of two scenarios. One of them being your guest bedroom, where, you know, you don't spend a lot of time. You're going to have people, maybe you have people who come and stay. Do you need to spend the extra $20 on them? Probably not. So, you know, for your guest bedroom or your garage, like if you work out in your garage once in a while and you just want a movie playing in the background or something, like, this is perfect for that. Save $20, get the thing that you don't have to care about, and it's not a big deal. Like, the software experience is still good. It's just maybe someday it won't be as good as what you'd get with the thing that costs $20 more. And to me, that's what I think this thing's going to sell great, because there's no reason for it not to. Except this remote. I mean, like, the remote's mediocre, but
no, I mean, it does what it says. It plays things, and it, you know, Walmart could order so many of them to drive the final price down to $30. I'm sure this is costing them like 2 cents a unit.
I'm sure a little more than that, but yeah,
just a little bit, yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, it's like, I was playing around. I was expecting a crapshoot, just because I had to use so many of those terrible Fire TV sticks that were just awful, and this is totally fine. Not really that laggy. Again, like, I need to play with it more, but it seemed fine when I was going through menus to set it up and pair it to stuff.
Okay, so I know we're supposed to be competitive or whatever about our reviews being, I don't know, whatever, but I let me tell you and point out one thing right now, because I'm sure you haven't tested this, but this is something people are going to care about. The service buttons, they're not remappable.
Did you try that button
remapper
app? Okay.
The one I wrote an article about like 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yep. Totally tried it.
I
could not do a thing.
I haven't tried it. I saw the 9 to 5 Google people. Someone brought it up over there, but I didn't look through the whole conversation to see if they said it worked or not. But okay, that stings.
Yeah, I don't know if here's the thing. There is a way that you can hack, or, well, not hack, but there is a workaround that you could do with, I think, 2 of these. Maybe 3 of the buttons. The thing is, as far as I can tell, it opens up the apps by package name. So if you created your own app that is... yeah, exactly. If you create your own app with the same package name as these streaming services, then you could have that app redirect to what app you want it to redirect to. And this is a hack that it's not even my original idea. Someone else was talking about it with some other, I think it was an Android TV device. And so, yeah, there is a... You know what? There is a workaround.
That would be something that would be real if I, could justify spending time on it, which I'm not sure I could, but if that'd be something really fun to make in the same vein as my Nexus Tools installer. Like, it's just a batch script and you put in the package name and it'll just generate, like the empty APK for you. That'd be fun to make.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about doing it too, and it's like, yeah, but there's already people on XDA who've done this, so it's kind of it'd just be kind of a waste of time to try to create one more that does the same thing. But hey, it's, and to be fair, I have not tested that is a working workaround. Maybe there's some other thing that they're doing to make sure it doesn't happen. But yeah, that's funky.
And what's annoying is that, like I was running into this with my Samsung Smart TV, where I don't think it doesn't have like service buttons on the remote, but I got a different remote anyway because the one it came with was like double clicking some of the buttons just because we had it for a while, and you can use any old with TVs you could use any old IR remote, but it doesn't seem like there's like a standard for how to send the voice commands to whatever it's connected to. And it's the same thing with Android TV. Like Android TV supports any Bluetooth input device. Like I'm sure I could connect like an Xbox One controller to this box probably, and it would work. But there's no way to use like the Google Assistant button through there. So that stings. So, like I'm sure, like if you wanted to get a different remote, so you didn't have to deal with the service buttons, you could do that. But then you lose Google Assistant.
Yeah, which I get the significance of that, but at the same time, you know how many times I've used that button?
Yeah, not everyone cares. Yeah,
I honestly haven't. Like, not even in testing. Well, sorry, that's not true. When I first set this up, I literally hit the button once just to literally test, does it work? Because the last time I tried this on a remote, it didn't. Hey, it works. All right, I'm done.
yeah.
And to be fair, that's in large part because I watch Plex. And I don't know, maybe Plex is working with it now, but for a really long time, Plex didn't have the proper Android TV integrations. So you couldn't search for shows, you couldn't ask for stuff by voice or by typing in a search. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll have to maybe I'll plug it in later today and try to watch some stuff on it. It's just like there's not a whole lot to reviewing these things. It's like, does it play Netflix? All right, excellent, we're done here.
Yeah, and that's what feels so weird about reviewing Android TV, even as is. I know I'm reviewing the hardware, not the software, but as I'm using this, I swear to God, the whole time I'm like, all right, what's there to say that hasn't been said before? Literally nothing. Okay, no, focus on the hardware. Focus on the hardware. God damn it, I'm just focusing on a remote in my hand.
It's got a port.
All I have to talk about is a tiny piece of plastic with like 16 buttons.
Yeah.
What do I do?
It's like reviewing like a gas station pump. Like, does it provide the service I need? Yes, it does. And then like you could maybe make a couple comments about like, oh cool, it has like the NFC reader on it, but that's it. That's the extent.
Yeah, pretty much.
Does it do the thing it's supposed to? Excellent. We're done here. Here's an affiliate link.
Oh man. My phone is letting me know that there is an excessive heat warning.
Oh no.
It's actually showing up on the ambient display on my phone. That's something.
Let me see.
Diablo. It's funny that you say that as a joke. Pump was green, no good. But for real, and Corbin, all of my talking points, we're gonna have the same stuff when our reviews come out.
It's just gonna be like a copy paste.
It might as well be. But in all seriousness, one of my biggest complaints about this remote is it's white. Give it 6 months.
This is gonna get gross.
Yeah,
it's gonna. Yeah.
6 months, this thing's gonna be a different fucking color.
And like this is already like not like really white. It's already like a tiny bit yellowed. Or at least mine.
I was gonna say I don't want to say yellow. I'd go cream color.
Yeah.
Like it's not even an off-white, it's just like it's slightly dim white.
Yeah, it's like my walls, right? Like it's not like hex code FFF, but it's like a cream,
But this thing is gonna be fucking disgusting looking within no time. And That sucks. It is the dumbest color to make a remote. I understand why they thought, hey, we want to make something you can find in your couch cushions and in the dark and so on and so forth. Like, that totally makes sense. But for God's sakes, pick something else. You could make it a neat color. You could give it a bright color without choosing one that is going to look awful within... honestly, for some people, it's going to take a couple weeks, depending on like how clean you keep your hands. And I know that this sounds like I'm pretty meticulous about keeping my hands clean, but even I'm thinking I want to get pictures of this thing pretty quick because I don't have faith it's not going to look disgusting really, really early.
Right. Yeah, I've had this remote for a long time. I think I got this originally for like my Raspberry Pi because I was gonna do a thing in my mom's car used to have a DVD player in it, and the screens on the back of the chairs that were plugged into this DVD player, which is like composite video. So I was gonna put a Raspberry Pi in there so you could just like watch whatever you didn't need to deal with the discs. So I got this. This is a remote that has like a USB dongle, and it's got all the buttons you need. But also on the back, it's got a keyboard, so you can search for things.
Cool.
So yeah. And I was like, I should try this with the Android TV box, but it uses USB, so now I have to wait for that dongle thing to arrive.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm at 78 degrees, but it's okay. That's actually the high for today. It's a cool day today. It feels like 101 like 2 days ago. It's been a little rough.
It was the reverse. What, last week or something, or maybe it was the week before. I don't know. Whenever it was, I remember you were having really, really high heat, and here I'm sitting like. Yeah, it's literally raining outside. We're pretty comfy. And it was a warm rain, but it was like, I don't know. It was a nice place
like the rain that like sizzles when it hits the cement.
Not quite that bad, but which, by the way, is very uncommon in Oregon. In Oregon, when you have rain, it's cold. It's maybe not cold weather, but it's at least fairly cool weather. We don't have that warm rain that is like a really common thing in especially southeast, but really anywhere in the south, I guess. Let's see. I'm quickly skimming through comments, making sure I didn't miss something. Carson saying that his white Chromecast remote still looks fine. Okay, and hey, don't get me wrong. I know some remotes can still look good, and especially if your hands stay pretty clean. But I'll tell you, the feel of this plastic, I get the distinct feeling that this is, I don't want to say porous, but it has a slight texturing to it that you can just tell. This is only going to look clean for a few weeks, if that.
And can I say, it really annoys me when we make big ass remotes, but they still take AAA batteries.
Triple C,
yeah. Because like I have like rechargeable AA's, but I don't have any of these, and it makes me sad.
Okay, so I actually do have exactly 2 rechargeable AAA batteries. Except this sucks. I don't know where one of them is anymore. It went into some remote or some device that only has room for a single battery, and I don't remember where. And I bet anything that has been since probably retired to a drawer. I don't think it was even mine. I think it was something that somebody else had.
Probably leaked all over everything too, just to spite you.
I never actually had that happen with a rechargeable battery. Well, that like a round AA or AAA battery.
So yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, Corbin, refresh.
Okay.
I would love to know why that happens. I want to know so much.
Whoa.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Also, I said I was going to talk about this. I got my dehumidifier like a week ago. It's so nice. Yeah, because what I realized at like the start of this month was that the AC is horrifically expensive to keep at the temperature I like. But I can deal with higher temperatures, but I can't. The humidity kills me. Mm-hmm. And so when I started, first of all, the AC here was never good at reducing humidity. I know that's not like its main purpose generally, but like
it seems to always be a side effect that people either wish it would do or wish it wouldn't do. And whichever one it's doing, it's always the opposite of what you want.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and so it already wasn't doing a good job of that when I was running it all the time. But now that I set it to the higher cool temp, it wasn't doing anything at all. And like the little Honeywell unit thing on my wall that I wish I could pair to my smart home hub, but it seems to be locked to whatever cursed box came plugged into the wall when I moved here that I unplugged. It would always report like 60% humidity on it. I'm like, oh no, this is why I can't sleep. I'm just sweating to sleep. So I got a big boy dehumidifier. Of course, not on sale or anything, because I needed it now. And you know, these things they last for a while as long as you replace the filter, so whatever. And I got it, and it's great. I love it. It's over there. Let me move there it is. It's over there. Right there. It's doing a great little job. It's not on right now because it is very loud. It is like a wind turbine in my home. So by default, it lets me pick like an ambient humidity level, or I'm sorry, a relative humidity level, and it'll just stop when it reaches that, but it's very loud. So what I do instead is I found out it does my favorite thing that I wish every like dumb electronic would do, which is where it goes back to the state it was in if it loses power and then gets that power back, because then it means I could use it with a smart plug. So like, you know, I power it on and then power it off with the smart plug, and then when the smart plug comes back on, it just goes back to how it was working, which is great. I love when stuff does that. So I dug out one of like the 5 smart plugs I just have in my drawer that I don't have a use for anymore. Plugged it in. Sadly, the ones I have are from before TP-Link started making the little tiny ones that also have power monitoring. So I still don't have a good feel for how much electricity this is taking up relative to the full-on AC. But I know it's a little less because again, it's not doing as much. And also, I can see my power company, how in their kindness, lets me see per day energy usage, so I can tell it's lower, but I don't know exactly by how much.
Yeah.
But because it's a smart plug, I can schedule it so that I just have it turn on like when I'm like dead asleep and there's no chance of this thing waking me up. So that's nice. And then also I'm using If This and That, of course, because If This and That has a weather underground action where if the outside humidity reaches a certain level, it will turn on automatically. Mm-hmm. Because of course, if it reaches like 100% humidity outside and I don't realize it until my apartment's already muggy, then it's going to take several hours for that situation to go away. So so I love my dehumidifier. It's great.
And
of course,
awesome.
I wish I could keep my apartment at 68 degrees, but that's not going to happen. This is the next best thing.
Yeah. And Austin pointed out desiccants for the closet and dresser, which, I mean, you've been living in high humidity environments all your life, so I assume you probably already kind of know that. But
yeah. Well, like I'm not really worried about like the humidity is never high enough in the living environment to like damage my furniture or clothes and stuff like that. It's just very uncomfortable. So like I'm not like leaving my door open all day.
Yeah.
Even though it's like kind of nice out right now, but AC is really expensive right now. Not letting any of my cool 75-degree air out.
Good call.
I've turned into an environmentalist just because I don't want to waste any more money. Imagine if I still had an electric car. That would be rough. I just had like a really long extension cable going to the parking lot. That'd be great.
Okay, I just happened to see an article on, or was it? I don't remember where I saw this, but I just happened to be scrolling down after some article, and there was a picture of some guy's Tesla sitting out on the street, and a charging cable was running down from his yard, which there was like actually a stone wall, like a short stone wall leading up to where his yard starts, because it was just very different levels. The cable's running down, and then there's a big rubber mat sitting on top of the cable to keep people from tripping over it. And that's how he was charging his car. And the title, or maybe it was a subtitle with it, something like that, said, I confess I've been charging my Tesla for the last 4 years with a 50-foot extension cable running blah blah blah. Like that's where it stopped what I could read, and I wasn't going to click through to it, but I kind of saw that and got a laugh out of it.
Yeah, that's great. But yeah, so anyway, love the dehumidifier. Also, another fun thing I got, well, didn't turn out to be fun. I was hoping it would be. Is I got Razer's new headphones to review. These are the Razer Opus X. So they made headphones last year called the Razer Opus, and they were like their version of the Sony XM3 whatever's, like high-end noise canceling stuff. And I think that got good reviews. I haven't checked out a lot of them. But this year they made a cheaper version, which is this. And it comes in a couple different colors. This is obviously the very bright green color, which is fun. I don't get enough colored things to review. You know, they're always like black or white.
Okay, and
I love the fun colors.
And that is a perfect example of what I was saying about the remote.
Yeah.
If they had put no, I'm not saying necessarily that particular color, because that's kind of ugly. But though it is very much Android green. But imagine they could have put out this remote in a color just like that. It would have been very visible at night, very easy to spot, and holy crap, it would not have shown the nastiness of your hands nearly as easily.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was excited for these because I reviewed the I think they're right here. I reviewed these are the Hammerhead Pros, I think. This is their AirPods Pro headphone things. And these are the nicest sounding earbuds I've tried still. Like this costs way too much money. I would not buy one of these with my own money, but they sounded nice. So I was kind of excited for these, and they sound fine. The noise canceling is pretty good. It has active noise canceling. But there's two huge issues with this. Number one is my head hurts after wearing these for like 2 hours. Because these have the same, I had the same issue with, I think, I can't remember what I reviewed like one pair of headphones a couple months before I left AP, I think. And I cannot remember what the brand was. But my issue with those headphones were the ear cups were like too tiny, so they kind of like shoved up my ear, putting them over. And these do the same thing. These ear cups are like really narrow.
Oh,
So,
yeah,
like,
that's weird.
So like here, I'll take off. So right now, this is my SteelSeries headset that I use all the time. So you can see these ear cups are much wider. So my ears are basically not touching the edges of this ear cup when they're on my head, which is really nice. But these like fold up like the corners of my ears, and it's not comfortable. So like I was wearing these just playing music while I was doing Prime Day stuff like yesterday, and I had to take them off after a while just because they were hurting. And also, I don't think I've ever seen this on a pair of wireless headphones, but this has no audio in at all. It's Bluetooth only. So it charges with Type-C. There's no audio jack on it. So you can't use it with, things that don't have Bluetooth, like the Nintendo Switch, which last I checked is a very popular console.
Classically, yeah.
Yeah. You can't. There's a lot of situations where Bluetooth doesn't really make sense, especially Razer of all companies, because I thought like I know they're sort of branching out a little bit, but their core audience is people who play games, and no one's playing games over Bluetooth unless it's like on a phone, where phones are sort of, they handle the latency in Bluetooth a little bit better than PCs would.
Whoa, wait. Oh, hold on a second. You're saying playing games over Bluetooth. Now, if we're talking about audio specifically, I feel like the latency isn't as big of a deal. Like a controller, you really care about the latency. And in theory, it can be enough to really ruin a game. When it comes to audio, I mean, yes, you audio.
Maybe I'm more sensitive to it, but I always notice a lag with Bluetooth audio if I'm playing a game like on my PC. That because it might not necessarily even be Bluetooth. It's just Windows Bluetooth stack, which I'm sure is not great. I can tell less of a difference on like my phone. Like when I got these to review, I tried a couple of like shooty games on my phone because that was kind of what they were going for with the lower latency gaming mode, and I could still tell a difference. But like I can't think of any Bluetooth headphones that don't have an audio in. It's very weird. Like I get it on earbuds, but a little bit weirder here, especially because like I get like all the lithium ion batteries in these eventually all go. So at least when you have headphones with a wire in, you keep at least some functionality after the batteries go to toast. Like usually the ANC needs more power than just the headphone jack can supply, but it'll still play audio. And very, very weird decision. And like these are cheaper, but they're not like really cheap. I think these are like $150. Let me see. So very weird. I'm sorry, they're $100.
Okay, I was gonna say at 150, that's like it's not the pro level by sure, but
right.
that's not cheap in my book.
Right. Yeah, these are 100. So very weird.
Even 100, like you can squeeze some decent headphones in under 100.
Yeah.
Even Bluetooth.
Mm-hmm. Like I don't know. I'll have to go back and see how much the cheaper Sony ANC headphones I reviewed a while back cost now, because those are pretty good and they don't hurt my head. And those have audio in.
Yeah.
But yeah, kind of disappointed. Hoping for better. They sound nice. although by default they just have a lot of bass. Like I was listening to a couple songs, and like the the thumping was louder than the person like singing the song.
Yeah.
And I was like, someone tweak the audio levels on this. But I think there's an app where I can change it, and maybe it'll be better that way.
That reminds me of way back. When I forget what audio player it was. I think it was going back even to like the later days of the Sony Discman or something like that. I got a CD player for my car, and every time I played anything through it, I had gone from one model to a newer model, and every time I played from the newer model, my immediate thought is, wow, this sounds freaking awful. And almost immediately I thought, okay, you know what? This must have a bass boost switch or something like that. And I didn't look at the switch. I just flipped it, and it got worse. And it's like, wait a second. You're telling me that this thing at default is bassier, and in the worst possible way, is bassier than my old model, and I can't turn it down? Yeah, I'm like 95% certain I ended up returning that thing.
Yeah. Thankfully, it seems like it's becoming more commonplace where headphones let you change the audio levels pretty significantly, so you're not stuck at whatever the stock equalizer is anymore. But yeah, some headphones take that is, but that's also like kind of the fun of it, because it's almost like it's like eating pizza from different restaurants, where like you're getting the same thing, but it's like slightly different everywhere. Like you're getting a slightly different audio tuning each time, and it is fun a little bit, because it's like, oh, I'm hearing parts of this song that like I don't usually like hear that well.
Right, but
and then there's the other ones, like the like the Little Caesars of the headphones world, where it's just like, oh, here's all the bass. Yeah, here's all the bass, and there's no music here. It's just my head is thumping and won't stop.
Oh, you're talking beats. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there is one problem with that, and I get to finally say it. Check your Blogger. Damn it! What is the word I'm looking for? Oh my god!
Credentials.
Oh, why am I not? Damn it! Oh. I am so mad at myself. I'm not coming up with a word. Anyway, this is an opinion you can only have if you're not paying for headphones.
Oh, you were gonna say like privilege.
Privilege, thank you.
Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for. Check your Blogger privilege. Thank you. Damn it, I was hoping that word would come to me as I was saying the sentence, and it just never happened. Anyway, yeah, here's the thing. Like, seriously, regular people, they have to buy this, and then they find out, wow, I don't like the sound. Great, I'll send it back to Amazon and pay a restocking fee, or maybe they return it to Walmart or something like that. Like, you can only do this so much before it gets really expensive.
Yeah.
Either in gas and time dedicated to buying and returning stuff, or just like restocking fees or any of the other stuff. Most people don't get to test out a bunch of different stuff before they buy it. Mm-hmm. That was actually one of the things that was kind of great and also incredibly disgusting about music stores. A lot of music stores used to have headphones that you could try on, which again, great and disgusting.
Yeah.
I had some friends that worked at a music store. I used to hang out there, and I remember looking over at those things. There was one time I actually was commenting, I really do need to get some new headphones, and one of them's like, oh, go over there and try them out. And I look over and it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
This is where new diseases evolve.
Yeah. Or, just how lice gets spread.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just...
COVID actually developed in the inside of like a Radio Shack.
Oh, it can be SG-20, Sam Goody 20. Man, good old Sam Goody.
Yeah. So anyway, I was hoping these would be good because I like green and these are green and the sound is okay. Again, I need to change it so my head is thumping less, but it's fine otherwise. But yeah, they just hurt my ears, which is like the one thing headphones are not supposed to do.
Yeah, and the physical design of that, I imagine, makes it so the ear cups aren't even really replaceable. Not that you could find some that would necessarily solve that issue, but
yeah,
maybe.
Because like also these at least solve the issue that a lot of other headphones don't do well, which is they at least twist because your ears are not perfectly going straight out of your head. Like they're a little bit of angle. So these at least like they do that, and a lot of other headphones don't, and that's almost worse.
Yeah, though I gotta say sometimes I'm not a fan of. Well, I guess that wouldn't be a problem with yours. The ones I have on, these are like the more classic like DJ style where they also pop in like this. You can literally just like on all axes, these things kind of go loose. The problem with this is when I take them off and set them down on the table, it takes actual concerted effort to pick them up, orient them correctly so I can put them on my head.
Yeah. Which Audio Technicas are those?
These should be the, what is it, ATX40s, I think?
I think that's what I had. I think it was like the M40X or something like that a couple years ago. Those were really nice. And then I gave them to my brother, so I don't have them anymore. But I wish I could find... I can't remember where I put those headphones I tried. They might be in a different room. Let's see. You're not in the headphones drawer. Or the...
Okay, yeah, it's the... Sorry. Confirming it is the ATH M40X.
Okay.
Turns out it's written right on the side.
Yeah, I think that's what I had. Those were good.
They sound good. I mean, okay. They sound better than the what was the other brand that I had? Oh, I can't think of it, and I actually don't see them. I don't know where they're at now. Maybe they're in that case. Anyway, yeah, they're a little better than the other pair that I had that Artem recommended and said they were the best headphones he'd ever heard. Come to find out, he probably hadn't heard that many, but yeah, they sound good, but honestly, I kind of wish they were a little more neutral. Because I want a little more control over them. Yeah. Just a little. And I'd kind of like it for just like audio editing purposes and stuff like that. It's always nice to have more neutral headphones for that.
Diablo says, I feel like Razer has lost themselves. LOL.
Did they ever know?
I mean, like, I feel like Razer... I'm going to try not to defend a multi-billion-dollar corporation here. I think they generally make good stuff. The issues that constantly comes up with them, though, is that they cost way too much money. Like, they figured out people will pay anything for their name. I don't really know how that happened in the first place, but it did happen. They charge way too much for everything.
Well, Razer is to all of the markets that they get into, basically what Monster was to cables.
Yeah, they are the dominant brand in their space. So that's like their issues. Like everything I've ever reviewed for them, like that's one of the issues constantly with their products, is that they cost a good chunk more than the competition for the same features. Like I think these earbuds were really expensive, and they don't even have wireless charging, which is something that like $30 earbuds have now. But anyway, but like the build quality is usually fine. The other issue that constantly comes up with their stuff is, especially with their computer hardware, they're one of a couple different companies that make you sign up for like accounts and stuff for the software that controls their products, and I hate that. That's the worst.
Yeah.
Nvidia does this too. I believe you need to sign up for like an Nvidia account to use their graphics software, not the drivers themselves, but like the stuff that like records your screen and changes game settings and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think so.
Razer does that with like if you want to, if you want the software that changes the pretty lights on the mouse you have to make an account, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I mean, to an extent, Logitech also kind of pushes this. I guess it's not required, but Logitech really does love to kind of push you into accounts. Yeah, too many companies are doing this.
Yeah, it's like they make okay stuff. It's just like always costs too much for what you're getting, and also they really want your email address.
Yeah, I don't think any of these companies really understand how much people just have gotten good at sort of filtering spam.
Yeah. Again, I was hoping these would be good, because I like the color. I know I'm weird, but also these I will say one thing that I like that these do that I don't think I've had any other headphones do is when it loses connection for a second, or if like you if the music pauses for any other reason, it fades the audio in and out, which is nice. I don't think I've used any other headphones that do that. So it's not like sort of like this, almost like this the jumping in and out like staticky you get when you walk away from a phone and you've got the Bluetooth headphones on and you're reaching the end of the range. It tries to fade it in and out so it's not so jarring. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Curvy Mermaid says Logitech G Hub can be used without an account. It's really only Razer that forces you. Okay.
There's some stuff Logitech pushes you into an account for.
I know Logitech has like different software stacks for their different products. I've mostly myself only used the the software they have for like their workstation stuff. So like the general Logitech software for like remapping the buttons on like their desktop mice and that kind of thing. But they also have a separate like gaming software.
G-Hub,
for changing the lights and software mappings and stuff on their gaming stuff.
Yeah, and that's also for webcams, microphones. Naturally, I've got both of those here, and G-Hub is absolutely very aware of both of them.
Cody over here flexing on me with the ability to change software settings for a webcam.
I'll tell you, the beautiful thing about their webcams, you definitely do not need G-Hub for that. I've got a Mac app that actually can do way more than G-Hub does. It lets me control way better than G-Hub, and so that is also running. So you could actually do that with your webcam. I bet there's software that can control that.
Maybe. I'm on Linux though, so I'm sure it's like a command line program that
good point.
I have to make a UI for.
I mean, not the worst thing in the world, but
yeah, it's fine. If I ever need to do a premium production again, I'll just boot into Windows. It's okay, it won't kill me for a couple hours.
I don't know. Windows can kill.
Oh, you know what? We have not. I think because there was no thing last week, what is still technically new is Windows 11 leaks.
Oh yeah. I haven't used it. Have you?
I haven't myself, but I've been talking to other people who've used it, and I've seen the screenshots roll in and stuff. And it's about what I expected. Like I expected it would just be a slight visual overhaul of a couple parts, and it would leave all the other system components unmodified from how they behaved on Windows 10. You know, the like I've said this over and over again, but my main issue with Windows 11 Windows is that nothing ever gets removed. Like they can't ever delete anything, or some application that a Fortune 500 company requires will stop working, and then they get complaints or they have to make some kind of shim to make it work again. And so Microsoft can never remove anything from Windows, and that's been an issue for forever. It was especially became an issue during Windows 10, where they started adding stuff at the same rate that like Android and Mac OS add stuff, but never took anything away.
Yeah.
Like all the early Windows 10 experiments, they're sort of hidden now, but they're still there because something somewhere was built to depend on them.
Mm-hmm.
Like that people icon in the taskbar when they tried to make that happen. And you know, I think there's probably still bits of the original Edge in parts of the system, because I know there's like now there's like 3 WebView implementations on Windows, because you have the apps that can embed Internet Explorer, and then the ones that embed the old Edge and then the new Edge. So yeah, it's stuff like that where like they can never remove anything, so it just becomes like this awful system of a million things going on, and none of them look or behave the same. And a lot of the changes that they promised for Windows 10 early on never materialized. Like we never got that new file manager. This is the same exact file explorer from Windows 8, which really wasn't that different from the one in Windows 7.
Yeah, which still does a terrible job of kind of just burying your files behind their weird, we'd like to be a Mac and kind of give you your home folders, but we don't want to commit to it entirely, so we're going to instead just sort of force you to see this stuff first, but you really just wanted to get to your file system. Yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah.
I hate it passionately, actually.
Yeah, so again, like, you know, the Windows 11 beta came out, and there are a couple smaller changes that might be a little bit breaking, but yeah, I mean, it's all the same issues that Windows 10 are still there. It's still, you know, again, like this is why I didn't care at all when Microsoft, you know, like I think it was last year when they came out and said, this is our new Fluent UI. Look at this nice modern user interface design. And they implied that it was going to be everywhere, and I knew that was false, and I've been proven right.
Yeah,
because again, like I say this with the asterisk of like, this is a leaked in development build. I don't, like, you know, I think we know when the build was generated, but also could have been generated from an older code base or something. So this is not final. Stuff could still change. But like, this is the same thing that happened with there's been like at least 2 UI overhauls in Windows 10. And both of those times they touch the secondary apps, and that's it. The file manager never got updated. It was always like they made a really pretty calculator, and they made a really pretty like mail app, and that's it. That's about the extent of their UI redesigns. And it's the same thing here.
Okay, so I mean, as far as UI design, I couldn't agree more. It's one of those things oh god, I hate saying this because it's something that we also need to be highly critical of, but they need to do a Google where somebody goes from basically office to office, project to project, and says, all right, everyone in here, here's what it's going to look like. We sat down with designers. Here's what your app is going to look like. It's going to look like this in 3 months. or we're going to be coming back and giving you hell. Like, they need to actually show up and be very specific, very direct in saying, look, you got to change your UI. This all needs to look the same on day one. Like, we can't screw around with this stuff anymore. So it's absolutely a thing. They have a real problem with this. That being said,
and like, as a, you know, like, I haven't really done any native Windows development. I sort of did when they made like a wrapper thing for JavaScript where you can make like the modern Windows apps, but it was JavaScript on the instant. That was,
I think by definition that's not native Windows development.
I know that's not native, but it's slightly closer. But like, I can only imagine how many like deep links exist in commercial software in Windows that links to parts that should have been gone a long time ago. Like how many apps are like hard linking to like notepad.exe or some option in like the control panel that they can't get rid of.
Yeah, well, I mean, the notepad.exe thing seems like an easy enough fix. The various control panel stuff, yeah, that I get what you're saying there. For a second, I thought you were talking about like how many apps are still using the Win32 API, and the answer to that is probably a lot. The thing is, I still remember how to write a lot of that stuff, and honestly, some part of me wonders, like, could I go open some stuff from college, like just straight up pull out some code from college, drop it into Visual Studio and compile it? And I bet I probably couldn't, just because there's like a few project, like the project file itself probably wouldn't work, but I bet the code probably would compile.
Yeah. Well, Microsoft themselves did something like this where they open sourced the code. I don't know what the time difference of this was, but at some point they released the source code for the file browser on Windows 3. And then at some point, some people in Microsoft made it like a fun project to recompile it so it would work on Windows 10. And
it was better than the Windows 10.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But like, to be fair, that would actually take a lot of there. It would take a legitimate amount of work, because we're talking about a file explorer that at the time only respected files that were 8.3. Mm-hmm. So, 8 characters, then a period, and then the extension.
And I don't know if they took the one from Windows, like the DOS Windows or Windows NT, but if they did the former, then it would have been 16-bit.
Yeah. Okay.
So there would. But like it still like kind of worked. like the end product, it mostly functioned the same. So yeah, it's just like I see a lot of people excited about it, and like I wish I could be there. I'd love nothing more than to not have to switch between 2 operating systems on my computer. But like I have to, because Windows is just a terrible mess to work in, and I hate it. But it has the games. So I don't know. It's like I can't really get excited. They had me really excited for Windows 10X, because that was going to be the clean break. That was when they were going to say like, okay, all old software, it's running in the hypervisor container. It's over there, and we're just gonna that would let them clear out all the old cruft, get rid of all the old APIs they don't need anymore, and just have a new modern software stack. And they canceled that. And then this update especially seems like they're bringing like the shell of 10X to normal Windows, and that's about it. I know there's some smaller changes, but like this is very much a Windows 10 yearly update, but just with a different name.
Yeah.
This is not the same like XP to Vista or 7 to 8 or anything like that.
Well, and what kind of I don't want to say worries me about that, because I mean the impact on me is next to none. but I'm really curious what that's going to mean in terms of their business model, because if you look at what happened, the transition from 7 to 8 was, you know, it was a thing. It happened, and they if I recall, I don't think anyone could do that transition without paying for it. Maybe I'm mistaken.
From 7 to 8.
But from 8 to 10, that was a free upgrade for anyone who wanted it, as long as you got in under, like, before a certain date, which was, honestly, I always thought that was just dumb. I know they were trying to motivate people, but it was dumb.
I think unofficially that still works. I don't think they ever, like, super enforced a date.
Well, that'd be good. But with that, with all that being said, I gotta say, from 10 to 11, and we've kind of hashed this out in Discord in the past, I'm an adamant believer that Microsoft needs to go free with Windows. They could still certainly sell like add-ons and stuff like that. I'm okay with that, but I feel like
it's an in-app purchase to get rid of Candy Crush.
Oh man, that would just you. But to me, I think Microsoft's position in the market is already kind of in danger. I think for them to control and continue to have influence, at this point, the operating system is one of those places where they probably shouldn't be fighting it. And don't get me wrong, I still think they should charge OEMs for distributing Windows. So if you're Dell, if you're Lenovo, I'm already after naming two, I'm already having trouble thinking of who else to name. I guess Samsung? Does Samsung still make Windows laptops?
They do. They just made more.
Okay. Asus, I guess. Yeah. Hey, I came up with 4. I'm gonna stop there because I think that's
Toshiba. Oh man.
Wait, are they still around? I'm not joking.
No.
Okay.
They like semi recently stopped making.
Okay.
At least laptops.
Honestly, I wasn't sure the company was still around.
They shouldn't have been.
Toshiba to me is sort of like Kodak. It's one of those companies that's been around for a really long time, and I can't remember the last time anyone cared. Anyway, but yeah, you can still charge OEMs to have copies of Windows, but for the DIY, like build it yourself crowd, it's a small crowd. Let them just have it. And for people who have older computers that came with Windows, let them upgrade for free. Just put an end to this stupid issue of piracy. It doesn't need to exist. Put out good copies of Windows that everyone can just install. And, go ahead and put, I don't want to say ads in your start bar. That's bullshit. Don't put like an ad bar into your browser.
They would never do that, Cody. They definitely didn't like bug you to use Edge about 50 million.
Well, I'm actually okay with nagging people to switch back to Edge. I think it's lame, but I'm more okay with that than ads. And don't put an ad right in your file manager trying to get people onto OneDrive. I think that's the name. Yeah. These were things that were a step too far. But
I still see the recommended apps in my start menu.
Ew. Yeah, there are things that they shouldn't do. There are steps that are going too far, but honestly, I think Windows, their best move is just to make it free for anyone that wants to download it and use it. That's the best move. And no bullshit home versus pro hindrances, no crippling your software so like it can't use all of your processor cores or any stupid crap like that. Just in that stuff, move on, be adults. And they're making money from other methods, but in order to keep that up and effective, Windows still has to be a dominant player in the market, and it won't be if they keep this up. I mean, they've been losing market share, even with Windows 10 basically being practically free. So
Yeah, well, especially because like the new desktop computing platform is the web, right? We're not like everything either runs in a web browser or at some point in the stack it's Chromium, which runs on anything.
Yeah.
So, besides games, a lot of the newer software that's come out for desktop is some at least partially web-based applications, and that's stuff that works on Mac and Chrome OS. Chromebooks have been eating Windows' lunch, especially on the low end, for years, and that's only going to accelerate with, like obviously, like Apple's not going to make $500 MacBooks, but just now they're even farther ahead on a technological level that Microsoft will not catch up to for a long time. Qualcomm is years away from an M1, and then Apple will probably be even farther. So it's, yeah, but yeah, like I totally agree. Windows should just generally be free to download. Like it already is essentially. They just put that little warning in the corner that's like, hey, you don't have a Windows license. What are you doing? What are you doing? But you can just ignore that.
Really quick, you said Apple won't make $500 MacBooks. Dude, they don't even make $500 Mac Minis anymore.
I know they don't.
The cheapest one is $700.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, it has dropped. I know this because I've had to write sale posts for it. The M1 has dropped to like, I think the lowest was 600.
Well, during a sale.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm sitting on the Apple website right now. And
Yeah,
it's
like the MSRP.
there.
Yeah, and that's for like 8 gigs of RAM. Like, come on, Apple.
Yeah. Though, the M1 just works so much better with your RAM. I mean, it's not untrue, but it's also kind of bullshit.
But it's also like, and now there's twice as many Electron apps now as there was 2 years ago.
Yes. Oh, that's something that needs to die, but oh well.
But yeah, Windows, it continues to make me sad. And it's because you and I are not the market for Windows. It is just the large companies deploying these in their businesses.
Yeah.
That's the market for Windows. And Microsoft will only ever care about... Yeah. And Microsoft will only ever care for us when it also benefits that group.
Pretty much. Though that would have been true, I think, for many years anyway. Microsoft already really, they obviously cared about doing things for consumers, but so much of Windows was built around this is the operating system you're going to use in the office, so deal with it. Like we're catering to that crowd because we can, and then the home market just kind of lived on that rule, and now as time goes by, Apple is kind of eating their lunch. It's very slowly eating away at their lunch because they're making stuff for people, and people don't have to get office jobs anymore. So making stuff for people is starting to work out pretty well.
Well, it was the complete package, right? You had Windows, and then you had Microsoft Office, which was always available for Mac, but the Windows version, that's what everyone used mostly. And there was always weird little compatibility issues that you'd run into if you tried to bring your work home with you and run it on your iBook, and your presentation would be all messed up. But now everything has displaced Microsoft Office, except in schools where they basically give it for free if you license Windows.
Well, only some schools too, because obviously, yes, you could get it for free, but a lot of schools have switched over to Chrome OS.
Yeah, they'll still use Google Docs, even if they're already paying for Windows licenses.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I don't know. Also, Web Office is still garbage. It's one of the worst web apps I've ever used. Because I keep all my documents in like Office format in like my Dropbox and stuff, but I use it in LibreOffice on my computer. But I keep the files in Office format so that if I need to, I can still edit them in Dropbox, which opens in Microsoft's editor, and it's garbage. I hate using that every time I have to use it.
Yeah, there's
Microsoft still can't build web apps. I don't know what it is. They still haven't figured it out.
well, okay, none of the what I guess you would call the old companies, none of them can.
Yeah.
Google is the oldest company that is any good at building web apps, and I would actually argue they got bad at it. But Microsoft is terrible at it. Adobe's terrible at it. Apple has been notoriously terrible at it, almost to the point of being famous for it.
Oh yeah. I remember Mobile Me, Cody. I remember those dark days.
Let's see. I don't think Cisco or Oracle really try to do this stuff.
VirtualBox in the browser.
I don't think they have too many products. Technically, Oracle does have a Salesforce, but they bought that. I guess they also have they have that other thing. I can't think of the name of it right now, but again, they bought it. Those were other companies that existed, and they bought their way in. And even then, I wouldn't say those were good web properties. They're just technically better than nothing. But yeah, you go down this long list of all the old companies. They're all bad at web products. Google did Gmail and proved, hey, this can be done really well. But that being said, it's Gmail. We could go through a list of Google's web properties that are really good web applications. But how many of them are old? They all are. When's the last new web app that Google came out with that you can genuinely say, no, this is really good? I actually can't think of one.
I think the closest example I can think of for that, there's Google Tasks sort of, but that's in Gmail, so I don't think that counts on its own.
Well, it's pretty split off, but I think probably the newest example I can think of is the new Google Voice, because that was a couple years ago, and that's its own whole web app. That's not okay.
In Gmail.
I guess I would give you that. Austin brought up Inbox, which
oh, I never liked the Inbox web app. That thing was very laggy.
Well, I was personally never a fan of Inbox, but just because my workflow didn't work with it. I would say with Inbox, it's not that I'm hard disagreeing with this. I think the only real point I would have is it's being made by the same team that made Gmail, and therefore they blatantly took most of Gmail's code and just kind of copy paste. Now let's strip out some stuff and kind of rebuild it. So I don't know that I would necessarily count it as a new thing. I think it's just a forked thing, which I know might be kind of splitting hairs, but
yeah.
Plus it's dead now, so.
Diablo product does Keep on the web have offline support?
It does.
Okay, I haven't tried that in forever.
At least I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure it used to, at least.
David said, "Did I get anything for Prime Day?" Nope. I did what the smart adult thing is to do, which is you make the list of everything you want, and you just wait for something to go on sale, and none of them ever did. I have 10 Doctor Who Blu-rays in there, and none of them went on sale. It's very sad.
By the way, I'm okay, on that quick topic, this is something that we'll talk about privately later, but quick question. Do you watch Star Trek Discovery? No? Okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
I just got
I've had a friend of mine keep pushing me to watch season 3 because it's apparently actually good. But I've heard that exact same argument for like I just like the new Star Trek is just a never-ending saga of it's
sadness,
of just disappointment.
Yeah.
Like and I keep getting burned the exact same way, and I keep not learning my lesson, because what happens, like, you know, the first of the new I promise I won't spend 20 minutes on this. This is quick. like the first season of the first new show, Discovery, aired, and I was like, that's not very good. And then the second season came out, I'm like, okay, I'll give it a shot. You know, like the first season of a lot of shows are pretty bad. They're still trying to figure it out. I'll give another shot. No, it was still terrible. I've still not finished it. I tried like 3 times to finish it. It was terrible. And then season 1 of Picard comes out, and I'm like, do I want to do this time investment again? Like, I guess I will. And it was still disappointing. It wasn't quite as disappointing. It was still disappointing. So I've been burned too many times. I'd like to think I've learned my lesson, but I keep getting pushed to watch season 3, and it's different enough that I might try it at some point. But
yeah, I get you.
Like I saw season 2 for Picard, got a trailer. I haven't even watched the trailer. I can't do it.
Which I only watched the first episode of Picard. I figured one of these days I'll try to go back and watch it. Though I very much intended to wait until I heard what people thought of it.
Yeah.
And based on what I've heard, I'm waiting to find out if later seasons get good.
Picard was like, it tried to do what the other new shows does, where it's like kind of fan service, but then also like it was different in a lot of ways than what I think a lot of fans probably want. I don't know. It was weird.
Anyway, I just brought up Discovery because I got an email, and there was something in it. I figured if you like the show, I might bring it up to you. But if you're not into it, you won't be interested in this.
No.
Anyway,
I'll spend my time watching the old Trek for the 4th time.
Pretty much. Anyway, as far as Prime Day, I actually did end up finding one thing. If anyone's watching stream, I'm gonna switch over to that. So I found this for pretty cheap. It's basically it's something you stick on the top of a tripod, or a set of tripod legs, and it basically creates a horizontal tripod column. So it's good for doing things like top down overhead shots, stuff like that. So, you know, the images they have here are of doing like food photography, but it would be good for like unboxing kind of stuff. Not that I'm planning on getting into unboxings per se, but I do like top down flat lay shots for reviews and things like that. And the way that I have solved this problem in the past is sketchy as hell. I literally take a tripod, set it up on my desk behind a monitor, and lean it forward so 2 legs are resting against the back of my monitor. And I've got a camera sitting on top of this, and it's like, if this slips and falls, this could be like a $1,000 to $2,000 accident, assuming it only breaks the camera. It could also take a monitor with it, so let's see. This could go really horribly bad real quick.
Cable yanks out and breaks that USB port too.
Oh yeah. Oh god. And then actually that's sitting right next to where my NAS box is. Yeah, before long this becomes, hey, look, there's $10,000 out the window.
I've seen this Tom and Jerry episode.
Comes crashing down, takes a laptop with it.
Yeah.
Destroys maybe a phone or 2 on the way.
And then like a polar vortex forms inside.
But yeah, anyway, so this was I think, what, like, they said it was $9 discounted. So regular price, according to them, is $44. For my order, it ended up being $35 or something. And right now they're saying their prime price is $40. which okay, whatever. So they're really having some creative, very creative pricing declarations, but still it was cheaper than normal. And plus the 6% on Prime card, it's like, yeah, screw it. I needed to get this for a while, so I got it. Yeah, that was the only thing I ordered. Well, that and the $40 recharge to my Amazon credit that also gets you another $10 Amazon credit.
Yeah, I didn't get anything on the day, but I did do the fun thing where I bought something that ended up being cheaper that day, but only by like $5, so I wasn't that sad about it. But still fun. Okay, so I think the last thing we can chat about for a little bit, and then I need to get food, is the podcast, because we haven't talked since the first recording.
Indeed.
And I was really happy with how that episode turned out.
Really?
I thought it was gonna be more of a wreck to. I don't know what the like. I was expecting like more pains getting back into the flow of editing audio, because I haven't done that in forever. Really never like this. I've used Audacity for other stuff, but not like this kind of workflow. But no, I thought it turned out really good. And I recorded a second episode about a different topic with Jules. That was the second one, and we're gonna do part 2 Sunday, and then there's going to be 2 more parts after that, because I was like trying to shove in everything on that third one, and I was like, this is going to be like an hour and a half. I'm not down. I'm just going to do another part.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's good. And it got more. The plays on it are still kind of low, and I don't know why that doesn't bother me at all. Because like usually I'm like very vain about like the stuff I publish and like the apps I make, where if there's like just not a lot of people using, I'm like, well, that's a waste of time. Why'd I do that? But no, I'm pretty happy with how it's turned out so far.
Well, I'm a big believer that when it comes to content, I must be, because just look at my channel. I'm a big believer that 9 times out of 10, 2 things usually need to happen before something really takes off. One of them is you kind of need to have time to sort of refine and discover issues, fix things along the way, so on and so forth. The other thing is, you never want something to take off when it is your absolute, like, when there isn't more stuff for people to go listen to.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I saw in other places after I'd already published the first one, where one of the big suggestions that popped up here was like, you need to have a couple episodes in the thing for go live. I didn't do that.
Yeah, that's like I've considered launching a couple of podcasts in the past, and every single time my thought process has always been, if I'm going to launch this, I need to have at least 5 or 10 recordings ready to go, just out of the gate. Because if I don't, who's to say that someone's not going to come along and go, oh, this is really neat. Oh, there aren't any more episodes? Yeah, okay.
Right.
We'll see. Like, podcasts are a little different because it's so easy for people to just subscribe and see what comes next. But with so many other things, like if, a YouTube channel, for example, like, I don't want to put YouTube videos out until I can get, like, I don't know, at least 3 or 4 sort of ready to go, or at least in the track on the way to being published. And considering what my specific plan with my YouTube channel is, I'm actually aiming for 6, which I have a lot of plans for, but we'll get to that. So I don't know. Are you good with sharing how many downloads this had, or?
Yeah, I can. Also, I put the tweet in the RambleCast channel where I assembled all the links to the places you can listen to it. So if anyone is not subscribed yet, you should, because it's good. Let me pull up SoundCloud.
Austin suggesting good intro music.
Yeah. See, I was trying to decide between a couple different songs that I would be able to use, and I wanted to get the first couple episodes out. Whatever. I'll just put the Windows 95 login screen there because it's like, it's like a fun little, because the podcast like fun. That's a fun little thing. But yeah, I will put in a different sound and also like a more defined. I've got a couple ideas for format changes that I'm gonna do after a few more episodes, because I don't want to do like drastic changes on like part 3 of what I'm recording with you, for example, because that would be weird.
Yeah.
Like someone's trying to listen to this in like chronological order, and then like half of them are like pretty different.
You want to save the good stuff until after I'm done.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I've got like 3 or 4 more topics with your name on it.
I figured.
Don't you worry. Yeah. So to date, that first episode has 39 plays across everything, and the second episode that went up about 30 hours ago has 17. So I'm happy with that.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I think, last I checked, Spotify said I had 8 subscribers on there. Yeah, eight followers, but I think I'm one of them. I think that's probably counting me. So.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with being your own subscriber.
Yeah, sometimes you got to pat yourself on the back sometimes.
Hey, my main YouTube account is one of the followers of my MindSpace accounts, so it's a thing.
Yeah. Got to bump up those numbers. So yeah, no, I was kind of worried about jumping into an in-depth topic as the first one. But no, it worked out fine.
Yeah, well,
Diablo said I did the RSS feed to Google Pod. Yeah, I've not submitted it to Google yet. I should probably do that at some point.
Yeah.
There's like way too many podcast directories, man.
There really are. And I mean, you're not even hitting. God, there's so many others that I know you're not hitting.
Yeah, I did like a cursory search for directories, because like I bet there's something like popular that I'm not thinking about because I don't, whatever. And it was like, oh, here's a list of like 30. And I'm like, oh no, I'm not dealing with this. People can just put it in the RSS feed. I don't care that much.
Well, and there's God, there are 3 or 4 people that make podcast apps that have created their own directories too, which their directories are getting a lot of hits these days.
Yeah, I did submit it to Pocket Cast because that's the one I use, so I want it in there. But also Pocket Cast, I think, just indexes any RSS feed anyone puts in, like as a user, not even like on a back end. Just kind of interesting, but yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's going good. It's going good. SoundCloud already is making me pay for the premium though, so this is running at a net loss for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. If I published, I swear I would be so inclined to not put it on SoundCloud because they want to charge, and I would be very inclined to not put it on Spotify because they're just such D-bags.
I don't think Spotify does like hosting, does it?
I think they will, but I think that might cost money. I don't remember the specifics, but yeah, I think I don't love how Spotify handles podcasts.
Yeah, no, I hate podcasts in the app, but I know other people use it for that, so that's why that's in there.
Austin's suggesting that you do one on Pebble, and I have a feeling he's talking about me as a Oh man. Oh, you know, that would be one to do a video podcast of, because I could open on video an original Kickstarter Pebble that has never been opened before.
Ooh. No, don't do Cody. That's your retirement plan.
Yeah.
No,
really.
you got. Yeah, that could be worth like $30 on eBay.
It sure could be. Oh, Austin suggesting someone who worked at Pebble. Who the hell worked at Pebble? That anyone? Oh, are you just talking about the CEO, who I'm sure will do anything for attention these days?
Pebble is a good idea, though. I will put that in the ideas doc, because that's enough stuff there. You could squeeze time out of
Oh
out of
god,
there.
Pebble is a rich source of comedy.
Yeah, and I'm trying not to go for the really popular topics, to at least to start out with. And Pebble's probably that, but also like if it's interesting enough, like that's the main thing I wanted to do with this was just like maybe try to dig up some details that haven't been covered in a million other places. So I could probably do that with Pebble. I bet there's some secrets lurking somewhere. But yeah, like I have 17 things in this ideas doc right now, and then I have,
and a few of those will be multiple episodes.
Possibly. The ones I have in here are pretty short. Although I don't know. Like I haven't looked into a lot of these, so maybe. Like I have HD DVD in here. I feel like that could maybe be a lot.
Oh, good old HD DVD.
Yeah. But I have 1,
it should have
2, 3,
survived.
4, 5, 6. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 scripts that are ready to be recorded soon. So yeah, I've got the pipeline going. I'm trying to pace myself a little bit because I don't want to like I'm really jazzed about this right now, but I don't want it to just I don't want to burn out on this in like 2 months. So I'm pacing myself just a little bit here.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
But yeah, it's been fun. I've got almost the whole Road to OSX stuff drafted. That's been really interesting. Because for the next 2 parts, I got a lot of details from I might have mentioned this in your Discord, but I got some of the details from a book that was written by Gil Amelio, who was the CEO at Apple for an incredibly short period of time while a lot of this was happening, and it has some juicy drama from inside Apple that's kind of interesting. I'm trying not to place like too much emphasis on it because this is like basically a guy like defending himself in his own book because he wasn't very popular. But it's interesting.
It's funny how that has a way of happening with a lot of former Apple execs.
Well, it's like it's like politics now, right? You go in, you're in there for a couple years, and you write your 4 books, and you're done.
Well,
Right.
and Apple execs, let's be honest, they have to kind of contend with the fact that there is so much outside opinion, so much just so much of a perspective shift, because Apple doesn't talk about a lot of stuff, so people are left to make up their own narratives, and they don't hear about any of it until someone ends up writing a book 20 years later. So
Yeah.
There's still so many stories of what things were really like with Steve Jobs in there. Everything from people who think he was almost like a Trump figure, to people who think he was an absolute genius, to people who, oh god, the list just goes on and on. But yeah, the narratives are completely over the top, and with each of his execs, the ones who agreed with him, the ones who disagreed with him, it's insane.
Yeah. But yeah, so like what's been the most fun part about this is trying to dig for that needle in the haystack information that's difficult to get to. Like I'm going through a lot of Internet Archive stuff because a lot of these sites are dead now. I found someone had uploaded, I think Apple made like a CD one year of all the talks at their WWDC, and someone said they found that CD and they uploaded all the clips to YouTube. So I was watching old WWDC talks, and it's really fascinating to watch those for like something that never materialized.
Yeah.
Like it's like, wow, this is weird. It's like an alternate universe where this thing mattered, and it's fun to go through. Yeah.
I really wonder what it's like to have been a developer who started working on projects expecting those things to materialize.
I know. Must have had like the strongest whiplash imaginable.
And at the same time, I know exactly who you could ask in modern times, because every single person who tried to build something on that embedded platform, embedded Android or whatever that Google was putting out. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Perfect example of a thing that it didn't really happen. I mean, it kind of happened. Technically, it came out, and then Google's like, yeah, you built something. Sorry about that. We were kidding. Don't.
Well, there's
don't
like,
blame us.
I guess there's like a micro version of that with like every new popular JavaScript framework that comes out. Like there's inevitably like the devs who see the new shiny thing and like, oh, I will build my giant app with that. And then in 2 years it's not being developed. And like, oh, time to start again.
Oh yeah. Yes. Very sadly, that's definitely
everyone who ever used Google Dart.
Actually, I get what you're saying, but for a second I was going to be like, wait, isn't Dart still being developed?
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it's all the other libraries that are built on top of it that they come and go real quick.
Yeah. And trying to think, what was I going to say? I was going to say something else, but I forgot. But yeah, no, it's been fun. Oh, Austin said do a Pebble episode with Miriam. Okay, so the goal of this is where I know more information than the person I'm talking to.
Well, you could do
because then they
reverse.
cannot. Yeah,
you could have Miriam
have someone else do all the work. I like it, Cody.
Yeah, see, it would be kind of like you must know the show Hot Ones, right? Yeah. It'd be kind of like going on Hot Ones and someone interviews Sean. That'd be, hits him up with weird random questions about growing up in, I think he grew up in Jersey. I might be way off on that. Or no, he grew up in Chicago. Hit him up with all kinds of random questions about that. Ask him about that first TV producer job that he had. Hit him with the weird stuff.
Yeah,
it'd be fun.
Yeah. It would be cool to maybe try to find some of these people now and talk to them. But yeah, no, it's been fun trying to dig up details. It's also funny how many articles and press releases and things for products that were a complete failure still exist on like where they were published initially. Like you'd think that like a lot of these companies would have too much shame where they would wipe away the past of things that didn't work out, but like I found a lot like I was finding press releases about like Intel Itanium still on HP's website.
Yeah.
It's like I'm surprised this hasn't been just eradicated from the earth by now.
Well, so much of that okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of these websites where like the company has probably forgot these directories exist, especially like the ones where they show like this page is not secure, like this is being loaded over HTTP. Like someone forgot this web server's on.
Exactly. And that absolutely is the thing. to some extent, I think it's almost like Windows having some of the legacy functions it does. Somebody working on this at a certain point legitimately just forgot or looked at it and said, you know what? I don't have time to deal with this. I need to make five lines of code to make this thing work in the new version. Yeah, let's just do that. It's easier than removing this thing and going from office to office or emailing everyone and trying to find out, do you still need this? Do we need to write a workaround? Nah, I'll just write the 5 lines of code to keep it working.
Yeah, and this is also given me a newfound appreciation of news websites that have archives back to just like an incredible degree. Like the New York Times still has articles from when they were just a newspaper that at some point someone scanned in and uploaded them to their website. I think the BBC is kind of the same way, but like they have all their old articles from the 90s, like still basically in the same form.
Yeah,
they were. So that's nice. It's. I wasn't expecting the production part of this to be fun. I thought that would be the least fun part, but it's actually I don't know if it's the most fun part either, because I also liked it. It's just all fun right now.
Yeah, the production, I freely admit I have this interesting difficulty when it comes to working on stuff. I like when I do reviews, I like taking the pictures. I actually like editing the images. I hate culling the pictures. So that step always makes it so I never get to the editing part until like the last minute, and then I kind of rush it. But yeah, there's little things that I like about the process and other parts that I don't. Fortunately, with podcasts, as long as you record it reasonably easily and straight through, and all you have to do is like maybe go through and chop out a few pieces, then you don't face too much trouble with that. That keeps it easy.
The first episode with you was pretty easy to edit. I just had to remove all of my ums and I discovered I take very long pauses when I'm talking.
I mean, we both do that.
Yeah, I know that's just like a normal human thing where the brain functions slower than what your mouth is doing.
Honestly, I think that's why everybody keeps asking me to do a podcast version of this show, where I'm assuming it's just take what we say, take what we record, and chop out all the pauses, because that's pretty much what it would end up being. And I bet that would take it from whatever length it is to about 60% of that.
Yeah,
maybe less.
The second one was definitely more of like a chop job, just because I don't think the outline for that one was where I wanted it to be, and like it wasn't like completely in chronological order. So when I was recording, I was like, and this wait, this already happened. I already said this. So I had to. That one was a little bit more intensive. And also Jules had like some kind of speaker thing with my voice going on in the background. Oh. So I had to go through and like I did the noise reduction to kill like both of our AC systems, and then I looked at all the parts where he was not talking and just silenced his track. So that was fun. But yeah, it's so nice having separate tracks for everyone. It's so great because I can when you're talking, I can just take a big slurp of whatever and put it back on the table as loudly as I want, and I can edit it out later. It doesn't even matter.
Oh yeah, believe me, I remember doing the AP podcast, and because despite the fact we supposedly had an edited podcast, I'm making heavy duty bunny ears on that one. I learned very, very quickly. No, you just if you don't want something heard, you mute your freaking mic, because it's not going to get edited out. There was going to be zero effort to clean that thing. You just don't.
And it's so nice where like just when humans are talking to each other, there's a certain level of like talking over. But with with the different track, I can just space it out.
Yeah.
I can complete my thought, and then you can talk, and then I go back to what I was saying. It's great.
Yeah, and if two people start kind of talking over each other and both of them stop and bounce, oh, Corbin's mic. I didn't even see it. Good, he spotted it. But yeah, if two people start talking over each other and kind of bounce against each other, that whole moment can just be cut out, and one person can just start talking or finishing a thought or a sentence or anything like that. Like it can just be fixed, plain and simple. You don't have that sort of permanently burned in mistake.
Yeah, like I was always going to do the separate audio recordings anyway, and I thought that would make everything more difficult. It's like way easier.
Yeah, it's a million times easier.
Yeah. The only thing I still screw up on, I'm sure there's a way in Audacity to fix this, is sometimes I'll, without thinking, like shift one of the tracks, and I need to shift both, and then they'll be a little bit out of sync, and then later I'll notice it and be able to fix it.
Yeah.
I know you can move different tracks at the same time, but that's not the, sometimes I'll just not think about that. So yeah, everyone should subscribe, and Cody will be on for a lot more episodes. He owes me for all of these 5-hour RambleCasts.
Hey, you have never done a full 5 hours.
It's true, I haven't. I don't know how you do.
Sometimes neither do I, but
it just happens.
It's like
it's like so I don't want to like say this because it implies I'm a terrible driver, but it's like, when you're driving, you just kind of zone out, for you're driving on the highway, and before you know it, you're at the next state over.
Yeah, I don't think that means you're a terrible driver. I think it means that you have a high enough functioning brain that you realize that what you're doing does not need to take your full attention. Yeah, so it's totally like that. Man, if I had to remember, if I had to be like fully aware of all the times that I drove back and forth between home and college when I was going, holy crap, that was a 2 hour and 45 minute drive every or one way, and it sucked. And there was no traffic, there was nothing to see. I mean, it's some nice forested area, but you get tired of that real quick.
Yeah, the drive between here and my mom's house back in Georgia is very boring. There's like the most amusing thing I see on the way down is that water tower that looks like a peach in South Carolina. That's it. That's the only interesting that I see.
I love that it's in South Carolina, not Georgia.
Yeah. Well, I think the lore behind it was that this area in South Carolina was very self-conscious about the fact that at one time it was producing more peaches than the entire state of Georgia. So they were like, why don't we get it? We're going to show everyone that we make peaches. And they found out that they could pay for a water tower with government funds allocated to art projects if they made it like a fun like peach water tower. So that's what they did.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it looks like an ass too. It's not even, it doesn't really look like a peach. It's great. And I only know about it because it was in House of Cards. Because at one point in the show, the main character goes back, like they're like a senator from South Carolina, and they go back to their home state. And there's an episode about how like someone got distracted by the peach and caused a major car accident. But yeah, no, it's horrific. But the last time I drove down there, and then when I drove back, I did it overnight because I needed to be at my desk Monday morning. And it was a lot faster with no one on the road, which I appreciated. But I will most likely not be doing that again because it was very difficult to stay awake. I don't know how people do that.
Oh, believe me, I've gone through a lot of different methods to stay awake while driving. I everything from listening to audiobooks, music.
Yeah, I had the podcast running for most of that.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Also, well, podcasts, of course. I I've done a number of trips where like screw podcasts. I actually had TV shows, especially like talk shows, stuff like that. To be fair, it's a lot like podcasts. You only have to glance at them very occasionally, and even then, not really. So
well, that's why Netflix added like the audio only playback option, because like so much of the stuff on there, like you don't like, I don't need to watch a stand up. Like it's like they're just talking into a microphone on stage. It's the same thing as a podcast.
Exactly.
They're just more famous.
But yeah, like I've done all that. I actually have, I guess you could call it a tradition. When I drove when I drove to Las Vegas, which by the way, from where I am is a 15-hour drive. So, you know, not a short trip by any stretch. There is a specific gas station I actually would stop at and get ice cream. Because for the next however long, like eating while you're driving, you will not fall asleep. It is one of the most guaranteed ways to not have a problem falling asleep is just eat, which is also wildly unhealthy for you, but hey, so it goes. I've become a bit of a master at long drives and somehow finding ways to stay awake.
Yeah, the drive from here back to Georgia is like six and a half, I think. That's rough. I can't do much. I can't do much more than that. Sort of glad that my attempt to move to like Virginia or somewhere slightly more north didn't work out, because it would have been a little bit more of a rough drive.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Let's see. So, not that this is super important, but I'm kind of skimming through my Twitter feed for reasons that I can't explain. And I noticed, for anyone who really enjoys it when I kind of throw some shade at sites for doing bad things or for being inconsistent or anything like that, I'm totally going to just throw a little shade at AP because kind of deserves it. I just noticed that they published, what was this, about 2 hours ago, they published a thing, and I brought this up to Corbin earlier. YouTube is going to take all of the unlisted videos from prior to 2017, except not all, by the way, but they're going to take all of them and make them private. You can opt out of this to keep them unlisted, but there's a form and blah blah blah. Anyway, why they're doing this, I don't know. It's whatever. But I just found it so interesting because it was, I think, 2 months ago, I argued that we should cover the fact that YouTube was going to make it so you can change your channel name separate from your Google name, and I was told that AP does not cover like YouTuber industry news. And I look at this story and it's like, yeah, this is pretty deep YouTube industry news, guys. Like, no regular person cares about this. This is very much for the YouTubers who have old stuff sitting out there, and maybe a couple of random people who just happen to need to publish stuff unlisted or had to, but you know. Anyway, just saying.
Yeah.
There's more to it.
There was a lot of Prime Day coverage I was not happy with.
Oh god, Prime Day coverage was disgusting.
Yeah. Like there's so much stuff where, like, this is my moral quandrum every time there's one of these sale events where I I care about trying to give the full context of these sales, because in almost all of these cases, these are things where prices fluctuate throughout the year, and a lot of time they've been this same price before or many times before, and that takes a very small amount of effort to check this stuff. It's basically just installing the Keepa extension in your browser or putting it into their website. It's not that hard. But I see so many sites that don't do that, or they do it and they don't care. And that happens every time there's any kind of I know that's like I don't have a good way to describe this, but like it's sort of the meta argument here is that the coverage of these sale events exists to make the website money. That's what it comes down to. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like you're telling people you're telling people this is happening right now. You can take advantage of it if you want. But when you do that, you also need to properly inform the person reading your website, just as you would properly inform them about any other news coverage. Wow, my dog is sleeping and she's doing like little like
Sleep barking.
tiny sleep barking. Yeah, that's cute. I'm not going to tell her to stop, but and that just doesn't happen. Like I saw so many places that were sharing sales that were very obviously not sales, and it was really annoying. It's like group projects in school almost, where you're the one really trying and you see someone else not really trying, but they're still getting the same amount of credit. And you're like, why am I bothering? Right?
Wow. You're describing, believe me, this like separates sale day from this topic, and you're describing my opinions about a lot of what's happened over the last several years.
Yeah. I know like that can be applied to many things, but it's especially bad with sales, where with a lot of these contexts, you sort of lose you have to put aside or you don't have to, but what happens most of the time is you take off the writer/journalism hat and you put on the salesperson from Best Buy hat.
Yeah.
Where you're trying to convince someone that this expensive gaming laptop is something they need. And it's just gross. I don't like it. And yeah, like I mentioned, I saw a lot of sites cover that the Galaxy watches were on sale. There's no reason to buy those. They're gonna slowly start to fall apart after another couple months.
I think it'll take longer than that, but yeah, it's not like they're going to be getting real updates after this. It's not like there's new features or more software coming. It's the end of the road for those. Yeah,
and like how long until like Spotify turns off their Tizen app and all these other services start to leave? It's like there's not really an argument for someone to buy this unless it was like,
I mean, it's
$10 like.
For Spotify, let's be honest, they're probably not going to turn it off until Android Wear at least catches up to Tizen.
Yeah, I'm sure like they have like some kind of blood pact with Samsung where they must keep this app alive for a period of time.
Yeah.
But like, you get what I mean. Like this is a dead platform. People are going to start leaving. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff like that that's really icky, and it doesn't have to be that way. You can still, inform people about sales that they might have been looking at. You don't need to resort to kind of gross behavior.
Yeah, if only everyone believed in that.
Yeah, no, silly me.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to not throw too much shade at this subject. But yeah. The sale day behavior has definitely been not ideal. I've seen, this wasn't even related to Prime Day as far as I'm aware, but as Carson brought up, the the AP title, Nokia's newest phone costs less than a year of 4K Netflix. That was actually, if I'm not mistaken, was that an announcement or a review? I don't quite remember. But
I did not see that.
well,
I think I did.
you definitely saw it because I sent it to you privately a few days ago. But
Okay. Well, okay. We just had this conversation about how my brain kind of zones out.
yeah, let's see. Yeah, so oops. Hold on. I'm kind of reframing this a little bit so it. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, sharing that one in the stream right now. But okay, so I guess it's just an announcement for the G20, which this one just makes you wonder because it's like it costs less than 4K Netflix, but it doesn't have a 4K screen. Like when you're specifically calling out problems with your own title in the subtitle, it's like, yeah, maybe you just didn't need that. Could have gone with a different title entirely. But yeah, okay, just an announcement post for sure. That being said, really quick, we're just gonna pop over to my review. The review I just posted a few days ago.
Cody review went live.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
actually
believe-
occasionally does happen.
I feel like I always hear about like I got this new thing to review, and I don't ever hear like, oh, I finished my review.
That's kind of the part of the problem is I have finished a few of them and then they got canceled. Not by me. But yeah, this title, quote, "This smartphone gimbal will take your TikToks and Instagram videos to the next level." Like, this title does not have the name of the product in it, which infuriates me to no end. This is not the title I wrote. So, yeah, I'm very curious when AP went from a site that used to kind of put everything in the title to the site that decided titles should start with the word "this."
I like how I started talking about how like I really don't like how like these 30 websites handle sales, and then you're like, fuck this person in particular right here.
I haven't named a person yet. Possible keyword yet.
/ website.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, anyone who knows enough about the hierarchy of the website already knows. Well, you know specifically who I'm talking about. Most other people would have to kind of guess, and they'd probably guess wrong the first time, and maybe even wrong the second time, but they get it on the third shot.
I was talking about what I saw like at least 10 different websites doing.
Yeah,
like this is a problem that's very widespread.
AP's doing it too, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, some of the stuff that people are picking out, like the sales of, like you mentioned, stuff that's not going to be supported in a year or less, or already not supported. Stuff that's not actually a sale. You know, it's the same kind of thing where people used to walk into a department store where, hey, we're running a sale. Here's a thing that used to cost $37, but the price went up to $45. But today only, it's $37. Right. How great is that? Yeah. No. People can do better. They just choose not to. They know that they know it. I mean, plain and simple, they know they can do better. They just choose not to, because choosing not to leads to it leads to situations like I can't tell you how many times I've done this, and yeah, sorry, I'm kind of gonna shame AP again because that's the one that's close up, but there have been a couple of times that I saw items listed in our tracker, and like I'm about to write a post on this, and I go looking, I open up a few tabs to do some research, and then I notice, oh yeah, this isn't really a sale. It's like a couple bucks maybe below normal price. Like, why should we call this out? Or it might not even be below normal price. It might even be above, like, some of the lowest prices it's had before.
Yeah.
And so, I'll say something in the tracker just to, like, basically say, yeah, that there isn't really a sale here. This isn't a good deal or something like that. Sometimes I'll even close it. And then somebody comes along later and says, oh, we can still cover this. Really? Like, why?
Yeah.
What for? And the answer, I wasted my time spotting that this is a thing that we probably shouldn't cover. No one else should be wasting their time on it either. But yeah, there's a lot of people will, once they've committed even a minute of their time to it, they're pretty much determined to find a way to make money on it. And that happens at definitely every site.
Yeah, there's a lot of different sort of meta discussions that go on, like where are we drawing the line between just being like an alternative storefront, which is what a lot of affiliated websites do. Like Slick Deals is kind of like that.
Yeah.
We're like, there's no assumption like this is a place to find news. This is very strictly a people vote on what they think is a sale.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like a sliding scale there between like Slick Deals and like, a news website.
Yeah. Though I feel like at least with Slick Deals, I know that this is a bit of a different angle to take on it, but I feel like when you're putting that sort of decision making into the hands of other people, other users of the site, I feel like that does sort of have its own ability to moderate. It sort of self-moderates. Because, yes, some people do vote stuff up just because. But a lot of people do kind of spot, hey, this isn't really a deal, it's kind of BS. And it happens in the comments pretty aggressively. Once somebody spots the thing that's like, no, you can check out these other 3 sites. They've had this price for ages.
Yeah.
At which point, yeah, the downvotes happen real quick and the thing vanishes from relevance.
And then on the flip side, you get people like downvoting things for no reason. Like I remember for a while I had Slick Deals alerts turned on for I think it was Chromebooks, and there was like I kept finding things that were voted down below 0 on there, which meant I wouldn't get an email for them by default. And it's just people didn't like Chromebooks, which I get, I completely understand, but that's not helpful. So yeah, it's just this time of every time one of these sale events goes on, I just sort of become a little bit more desensitized. It's like, oh boy,
your soul gets burned down just a little bit more.
Yeah, it's like, oh boy, I get to see everyone else just becoming just a full-on Amazon storefront for several days. And there's some places that do a good job of filtering through everything, and there's some that don't. And
yeah.
Increasingly, I don't want to even say increasingly, because like this has always been going on. And then like on the extreme end of the spectrum are like places that just inject affiliate code however they possibly can. Like I think by default, like Firefox on Ubuntu has like Canonical's affiliate when you search for Amazon.
Yep.
With the built-in Amazon, it's like, okay, we're doing you're not even pretending to help me source this. This is just you putting your code in.
Well, Brave was doing that too.
Yeah. Brave was doing that too.
Well, so this technically we were kind of talking about in, I guess we could say it was a private place, but there's so much about this part of the industry. Sale posts, it does, so let's see, who was it? David had said it's all about the clicks. The thing is, when it comes to the sale posts, these deal posts, it really isn't about the clicks. Nobody cares if a sale post gets, let's say, well, I can't remember what post this was, but I do remember AP had a sale post or a deal post that only did about 300 views, which is by our standard really bad. However, it sold enough. It actually sold really well among those 300 views. And because of that, it was a really profitable post. And that's the whole thing. When it comes to deal posts, nobody cares how many views it gets. That's the one time where none of us really care about views. All anyone cares about is that it gets the sales, or at least gets the click-throughs. Because for those who don't know, Amazon actually gives you credit, partial credit, if somebody follows your referral link and then buys something that has nothing to do with the product you actually referred them to.
Right.
So yeah, you can still make actually really good money by just getting people to click through. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to call it a scam. It really isn't. But at the same time, it becomes an almost, I hate using the word predatory, but that might be the right word. It becomes a tactic that's not exactly the most respectable or honorable.
Well, it's sort of like it's the same exact referral model that's used just with any kind of web content, but it's more monetized.
Mm-hmm.
Like, like if I link to, like if I have a big hotshot blog and I link to my friend who has another hotshot blog, they're going to benefit through that to some degree, whether it's people clicking on ads they see, or maybe they'll follow them on Twitter and they get more interactions in the future that way. But it's just like hyper monetized with this model. So yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of discussions around this that one could have. It just sort of frustrates me when places want to drop all, at least most, pretense of helping.
Yeah.
Or being a source of information. I'm not talking about like any one site. I'm just talking in general. Like this happens everywhere.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Especially with the websites that are owned by like larger conglomerates.
It's one of those things where we know that the people who are doing this have the resources to make it exclusively helpful. It's not as profitable to do that, and it's more time consuming to do that, but we know that, like, I mean, come on, you and I have talked countless times about the amount of work that you do to track deals. And it is a lot of work. It's very time consuming. And you know enough about the products that you're capable of saying, hey, here's a Chromebook that's going to go on sale. But wait a second, this thing's going to be out of support in 6 months. We shouldn't recommend this.
Yeah.
Like, you are capable of this. You know other people are capable of this, and many of them just don't bother.
Yeah.
Some of them don't bother out of sort of naivety. They don't know. They don't know how to look that up.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like there's a lot of edge cases with this stuff where I could absolutely see someone recommending a product, but it has like this one flaw that's not very well documented or obvious.
Oh yeah.
And I 100% get that. Like I'm sure I've done that in the past. Absolutely.
Yeah. That's just innocent. An innocent case. Yeah. It's not like we're automatically blaming everybody. But there are also cases where we know people are just straight up like, hey, we're totally going to recommend a sale or even push a product that we know sucks or we know is bad. I mean, not to name names. I mean, AP has done this, but not as bad as another certain site. Like announcing sales on a phone that literally is just out of support. There is no support. It wasn't even a good phone to begin with. And yeah, there's certainly one particular site that is kind of guilty of doing exactly this. And if you were to bring it up in the comments, those comments will get ignored. or deleted. And yeah, it happens with everything though.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
So,
I wish.
anyway, that's why I lose a little bit of my soul every time I have to work through one of these events. Also, just because like I've become more and more just like, I don't know what the right word for it. Like I just despise being a salesman, basically. I think is the right way to put that. Like pretty soon after my first job was working as on the sales floor at an Office Depot, and that was minimum wage, and it sucked. I'm not necessarily like a sale. Well, I didn't get like a commission for things that I sold. I wasn't at that like level. Like those were mostly like the tech people, like the ones that you would walk over to the computers and they would point to the one you should buy, and then they get 5% or whatever off of that. And at the store I was working at, all those people were leaving. Some of them were going to different stores, and I think another one was just like doing something. I think going to school. I don't know. And I was, I quit that job like I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was like a month or pretty soon after I started working at AP, because that was when I moved, and that store was now like an hour from my new house, and I'm not driving an hour for minimum wage. I did not want to do that.
No kidding.
Yeah, so I quit, and then a little while later they were like, hey, do you want to come back and be like full-time tech / salesperson with benefits and everything? And I was getting to really like working at Android Police, so I said no. And I said no because I liked the work I was doing at AP, and also because I would have still had to drive an hour. It wouldn't have changed. I just would have been paid more.
Yeah.
But also just because like that area, I just hate that feeling of like I'm going to push something onto you.
Yep.
And I don't really think I do that when I'm writing something akin to like a sale post, because I'm not like in their face saying, hey, this is a laptop you should buy. Right? I'm just like sort of giving them the information. Also because like I'm not personally motivated to be at that level. I'm not the one getting a cut from Amazon when I do this. So in the end, I really don't care if you buy the thing or not. I'm just letting you know it exists.
Yeah.
And so it kind of bothers me when I see other places maybe not doing that to a high degree, because like I would not do that myself, and I actively chose not to do that when I left that job. It was icky. Yeah. So it just annoys me. Like I get why it happens, but I think you can let people know about this stuff in a way that is informative. And I get no one knows everything about everything. I'm sure I've recommended something that there was some huge flaw that someone found in like one review that I did not find or know about. But there's just so many cases of people choosing not to, knowing that information and not showing it properly.
Yeah.
And that annoys me to no end.
Yeah.
Especially when the end goal is supposed to be informing,
mm-hmm.
and you're actively choosing not to do that. That's what makes me feel icky.
Yeah. Well, to some extent, and I think the reason why, I'm not sure exactly how I would describe this, but I think part of the issue comes down to if you're just telling somebody all the facts and basically leaving it up to them to decide, then that's a solid move. It's respectful towards the reader. If, for example, I was I wouldn't feel bad about telling someone, hey, here's a phone that's on sale. It's not going to have any more support. There will be no more updates. And it's on sale for this. if I'm telling them that and I'm telling them everything about the phone, then I feel like that's solid, because then maybe they're getting it possibly to maybe they're doing Android development and they need something that's going to stay on that version forever. Maybe they're picking up just a device to put some games on and play casually, or maybe they have a DIY project. Like, there are ways you can use an old phone that are totally legitimate reasons why you're not ever going to care that it doesn't get updates. You're not going to care that it's going to be stuck on this forever. Maybe you don't care that like it has a particular flaw to it. Those things might not matter to you. Whereas if I pop up and say, oh, hey, here's a great phone, it's going to cost this. All right, well, me personally, I'm not going to make money, but the site that I'm writing for is going to make money because I'm not telling you that it has these weak points. So there's a difference there between informing you and making some money on it if you decide you want it, versus I'm not informing you of everything, which now effectively I'm just telling you only the good things, which, as far as I'm concerned, that's when you switch from writing about a deal post to becoming a salesperson.
All right.
Like, that is your transition.
Yeah. And also the thing that also muddies the water with this is where there are a lot of people working at these sites where they're told to write something in an explicit way, or they have to change what they're going to write for any other reason. So you can't, and so in a lot of these cases, I can't even really like look at the person who wrote it and said you did a shit job. Like there's like all these other factors in play, and it's just the whole thing's icky.
Yeah.
And you know, and the meta part here that's become more frustrating for me personally is that just Amazon is just a shit company, and I've stopped shopping there for the most part for like months at this point. Like I one of the last big things I wrote at Android Police was how I switched to Barnes & Noble Nook e-readers, just because like I didn't enjoy reading anymore, because I had the books on my Kindle, and like every time I open that Kindle, I'm like, you know, oh great, right? This is going to tell me to buy more things that, you know, is being sold by the company who's making their employees piss on the floor because they don't get breaks at work.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't even like, this is like ruining reading for me. Like, so that's why I got rid of that. And then, you know, a couple of times a year, I'm basically being a nonstop revenue generator for Amazon.
Yeah.
And that makes me feel icky too. I wish I didn't have to do that. You know, so that's why, like, if I'm covering something, I'll look to see if it's available at other places and link to that too.
Yeah,
But
I
it's
usually
just like,
try
it's
to
like
do that.
another, yeah, it's like another, and also like that's just generally helpful for people because some people have like gift cards at one place, or they have like this store's credit card at this other place. But that's also like the meta thing, and I think that's been getting to me more than just like the just general writing about sales and that kind of thing. Is like all this I'm doing is already like, I don't, you know, it's not great, and then also I'm making the richest person on earth richer who doesn't need to be, and it's just like, ugh.
Well,
anyway, this is my announcement that I'm gonna go live in the forest.
yeah. Corbin will be off grid for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Tech Tales will be recorded in a library on a headset microphone.
Yes. So, yeah, when just talking about kind of the evils of Amazon, I certainly try to find other sites, and my biggest argument for that largely is even just I'm usually doing it because I'm trying. Okay? So it's not as much.
You're trying to find a reference point for how much this is supposed to cost.
That, and my logic is I know a lot of people don't have Prime. Like, honestly, if you don't have Prime, shopping at Amazon really isn't any better. I mean, sometimes it is. Like, Legitimately,
it's actually worse because Amazon's website is horrendous. Like that's the other reason why I don't like
I
like
think
the
they're all pretty bad.
I don't know. I think Amazon is like a tier in itself. Terrible.
Dude, have you been on Rakuten?
No, I
Or
have not.
Rakuten, whatever I don't know.
Like most of my shopping now is Target, maybe Best Buy. Those are really where I've buy stuff, and just their websites they're not like amazing, but
Yeah.
like it's almost incredible how shit Amazon has become.
Actually,
like
I explicitly hate Best Buy's website.
okay,
It is real bad.
what like one thing that I kept realizing I was doing when I was writing sale posts earlier this week is I would search for a product on Amazon, trying to find just like trying to find it for a different piece of content. So I think like in this example it might have been like a Samsung phone. So I searched for the phone, and just instinctively I scroll past all the sponsored shit that pops up at the first like 3 or 4 positions when you search for anything on Amazon. It's just like the Apple App Store, and like I think the Play Store does this. I know it does this, but I don't know what the degree of difference is. And then I would keep searching. I'm like, where's this phone? I know this phone is sold on this website. I've seen it before. And it's because the sponsored items that I scroll past, not thinking the phone was in there, because Amazon basically forces these companies to make sponsored spots for their own products, even when you're searching for them, so that other people targeting the same search term don't show up for. It's like exactly like what Google's been doing for 20 years, where when I search on Google for like Reddit shows up first, but it's an ad for Reddit.
Yeah.
Because if they don't put their ad there, then Facebook will come in and be the top result when you type in Reddit.
Which I would also argue is equally on Facebook for being kind of shitty.
Yeah.
But
yeah. There's plenty of blame to go around, Cody. all these companies are terrible, and I'm going to live in the forest.
Yeah. Well, so also on the topic of companies just being kind of evil and crappy, like you mentioned Amazon making their employees pee in bottles or on the floor or something like that. And I think about, well, where's the next place I could send them? Well, if we're going by the next place that kind of pushes referral links and stuff like that, the next spot on the list is B&H. And it's like, oh, wait a second. Do you know B&H's history? They're not better. Well, maybe they're a little better, but I mean, we're talking like Ant Hills versus Everest. They're better.
It's almost, Cody, it's almost like there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. It's almost like
Careful with that.
I know.
We go down a real dark path.
Between this and now living completely on my own and realizing how expensive things I need to survive are, I'm like this close from just going full anarchist. I'm going to live in the forest, and I will trade you for blueberries if you need my advice on which Samsung phone to buy. It's just close.
I mean, specifically blueberries. Come on, man. At least go with like something tasty like blackberries.
Yeah, you got like a milkshake for me.
Dropped by Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
Bring back a
yes,
whatever the hell Carl's Jr. sells besides milkshakes. Carson arguing Best Buy's website is better than Amazon. I disagree adamantly. I mean, I'm not saying it's worse. I mean, maybe it is. It's a real mess, especially the order page.
Yeah, Best Buy definitely has issues. I think it's better than Amazon, but it has own, like the one thing that irritated me, and especially now where I'm trying to find the same thing elsewhere, is that Best Buy does not really do the thing well where they show similar SKUs on the same product page.
Oh God, I know.
So like for example,
though Amazon has some weird issues with that too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like if someone didn't configure it correctly, then good luck. You're never going to find that other nearly identical product. But if someone configured it correctly, holy crap, it's wonderful.
Yeah, and then there's people on Amazon abusing that, where like they'll add a completely different product as another option. So then like it shows up on Amazon searches like, wow, 4 out of 5 stars.
So that
and all the reviews are for the other SKU.
Yep, that thing that I ordered, perfect example of that. Because you get down, go ahead and talk. I will actually pull that up just to demonstrate this.
Yeah. But that's an issue on Amazon. But like Best Buy goes in the complete opposite direction, where a little while ago, Samsung was doing a sale on some of its Galaxy S21 cases. And of course, on Amazon, you go to the page for one of the cases, and it has all the colors and all the phone options on the one page. But Best Buy has individual items for every color and every phone size. So I just had to link to like the search page for the name of the case. And it's like, here, go find it in that mess. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, I'll switch screens here real quick. So on this thing, it's funny because just yesterday there were only 3 options. But the one I ended up buying is called the Arm Plus. There's also the tripod, and there's the tripod column plus sandbag, which is also a weird name for this one because the Arm Plus also comes with a sandbag. I'm not really sure what their whole thing was. Plus, there's also now an extender, which that wasn't even on this list before. But you head down to the reviews. Oh, I thought that would fast track me down there. But you get down to the reviews, and each review, like, they have a spot called color right there on the review. And here's the color for this one is tripod column plus sandbag. Doesn't sound like a color to me, but okay. Color, tripod. Each of these reviews is for whatever thing. And it took actual, like, a lot of searching for me to even find reviews for the thing I was looking at. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, yes, they're all related products, but they're not the same thing. They're not even close to the same thing. So, like, this pisses me off, but I get why it happens.
Yeah, and a lot of this comes just down to no one looking at what the third party sellers are doing. Like, this is an issue that comes up just constantly and never really seems to get fixed. Like, Amazon just busted how many companies for offering money if you reviewed their thing. This has been going on for a very long time and has been very well documented.
Yep.
It's the same thing. Like, I can't tell you how many news articles I've seen where someone finds a shirt on Walmart where it just says something like some horrific slur or something, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, Walmart is selling this," and like they're not really selling. It's a third party. Like, yes, they share the blame, but it's like this isn't like this is very clearly Walmart not looking at what the sellers are selling.
Yeah,
it's like this keeps happening.
They can easily police it. They just choose not to.
Yeah, and that's the same pattern we see on the Google Play Store, on the Apple App Store, on YouTube, on all these other platforms with not even just user generated content, but just content that's from a third party.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I get it in some cases. In other cases, I don't. Like, on YouTube, it's not hard to see how some stuff will slip by because it's hard to monitor all of it. And so, for example, if like porn doesn't slip by because they figured out how their algorithms can watch for it. Whereas Logan Paul. Logan Paul goes walking through a forest and shows the body of a guy who hung himself. Yeah, shocker. That's something that's going to slip by because no one wrote an algorithm looking for this. So understandably, some stuff slips by, and the counter argument there is YouTube could easily hire a few people to like watch some of these videos, because we're talking about Logan Paul, the guy the guy almost got banned like 6 times in 1 year, but he was making so much money they just kind of conveniently didn't. I kind of get that. I also kind of get how Google Play, or specifically Google Play Books, it used to be a whole thing where people were uploading books, quote unquote books, that had hacks or ways that you could pirate software or movies or various other things. I get how some of that stuff would slip by initially, but Google could have done something about this way sooner. And instead of actually solving the problem, they just decided we're just only going to work with publishers. Yeah. Screw everyone who wants to do independent stuff. We're just down to the publishers now. So,
and then the publishers do it too.
Yeah, the publishers are almost as bad. Which the publishers are really horrendous on YouTube because thanks to Content ID, they're all about any opportunity to screw somebody over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, all that to say is I hate Amazon's website. Like, I can't get over how, like, even just you look at any product page and there's like 5 different font sizes. It tells me to sign up for their credit card on every single product page. Amazon's never good at showing the difference between like the different sellers for an item. It just always tries to guess, and it guesses wrong a lot of the time.
I haven't had that particular problem, but I know what you're saying.
It's just it's a classic example of like they're not really trying because they're already the market leader.
Yeah.
Like, why put in the F? Going back to Windows, like why do they need to rewrite anything? Like, they're making money.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, Internet Explorer is the even better example of that. Holy crap! Just the years that went by on, was it 6 or 5? 6, right? IE 6.
Oh yeah, that was around a while.
Yeah, it's if no one is pushing you to make it better or to be better, and which in a weird way this kind of tracks back to that very recent story of Amazon's destroying like 150,000 items per day. That story, or 160, whatever it was, like that. It's ridiculous. I get how it happens. I get why it happens. But at the same time, it demonstrates so well why there are things that need to be done better. That you could absolutely do all of this stuff better. You're just not trying hard enough.
Yeah.
For those who haven't heard, let me see if I can find that. Amazon destroys products. Oops, not videos. News.
They weren't destroyed intentionally. It was just the pee on the warehouse floor just soaked into the box.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. Okay, so link in chat for anyone that actually wants to see this one, but and of course ending up on The Verge, because where else would I go? But yeah, that sort of thing, it could easily be solved. I would also argue, like, there are so many scam products that end up going up on Amazon, and it's not like Amazon's the only one here. Best Buy in particular is actually known for peddling crap loads of bogus memory cards. But like fake SanDisk and Lexar memory cards are, it's just such a common thing to do. And it's not.
I knew Amazon was doing that. I didn't know Best Buy was.
Oh yeah.
Also, okay.
Yeah.
Where do I buy memory cards? Places. Where do I buy memory cards? And I'm running out of stores.
So the places I would go, you're gonna hate them because you actually pay the price they're supposed to cost. But go to either B&H or I don't buy memory cards from B&H either, because B&H. I buy when I can from Autorama or Adorama. I don't know how it's supposed to be said.
Okay.
Nobody ever thinks of Adorama. It's exactly the same as B&H, but
I know.
No one buys
There's
them.
a lot of stores that people are sleeping on, I feel.
Yeah.
Also, like these are all the stores where when there's a really popular thing and it's out of stock on Amazon, no one looks to check these other websites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, for real. What was it? There was something years
Like
ago.
this. Okay, so I'll give you a modern example, which is last year when literally no one could buy a laptop anywhere. They were just all gone because the entire world shifted to work from home at once. And I was running. I was updating an article at least once a week on Android Police for here are the best Chromebooks you can buy right now.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the entire article was just me going through B&H and a couple other smaller stores because they all still had some stock.
Yep.
Everyone goes to Amazon and they go to Best Buy and like, oh, well, there's nothing here. I guess they're just gone. Like, no, these other stores over here that no one thinks about still has some because no one thinks about them.
No, I even remember this, going to completely real world examples of this for a second. I remember when I was a lot younger, there was, I don't remember what game console it was. Or wait, you know what? It might have been the Xbox 360. Hell, it actually could have been the original Xbox. Anyway, no, it was the original Xbox. It definitely was. Yeah, when that came out, all of the local game stores, all of these local places, they did not have it. Like, they were so completely sold out. They had people literally waiting there every morning trying to get this thing, which was just insane.
Right.
And I had a friend who, it was a friend of a friend kind of thing, but a friend of mine was telling me one of their friends, maybe like a roommate or something, worked at this other store that for whatever reason they were getting in Xboxes, and they would have Xboxes sitting there through like the end of the day, no problem. You could walk in and just pick one up, no fight, no challenge, no rushing.
Right.
But it was a store no one thought that you'd be able to get an Xbox from.
Yeah. And
coincidentally, I ended up getting mine from Walmart. There's a whole long story to it, but I literally just walked in. It's like, I happen to be in town. Guess I'll walk into Walmart, walk back to the electronics section, look over. There's an Xbox. What the hell? I'll get it. But yeah, it's funny because this happens all the time. People just don't think about it or don't know to look for it.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a good life hack, honestly. Like, and don't do all those weird things where you're like cutting up old jeans to use them as like containers or something. Just when you need something, go to the stores everyone forgets about.
Cutting up old jeans and using them as containers.
I was referring to those like the 5-minute crafts videos.
Wow, that one. Yeah, that was
okay.
I don't know that one. But,
okay, there's
okay,
like
I get it.
Okay. I get that. I get that you're like an old person and aren't aware of a lot of modern trends, but, but there's like a whole subgenre of weird crafting. I think it started to really. I don't know where it started.
You're talking Facebook videos, yeah.
Well, sort of. I know they're on there too, but it's like people doing like absurdly weird crafts to create objects that they could go to a store and buy. It will be infinitely better.
Oh, so you're talking TikTok videos? Got it.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's really popular on there, but it's always like weird stuff. Like we're cutting up like an old detergent container to store like peanuts or something. Like it's completely stupid.
Today
like
we're gonna build a safe out of a camera lens.
Yeah, basically.
Which coincidentally I'm only thinking of because I'm holding up a camera lens in my hand and putzing with that. Which I really shouldn't. Like, this is, if I'm gonna mess with anything, it shouldn't be $1,000 lens.
You know what I did look for on Prime Day, and I was disappointed. Is Moment still does not sell a case for the S21. Really? Yeah. I don't know what they're. I know I believe part of it was like it has a different sensor size, so it would have issues with like some of their lenses. But yeah, the last I checked, they had one for pre-order on their website, but not for sale. So I don't really know what they're doing over there, because like this is like, I'm not even complaining about like, why are you not making a case for my Xiaomi Mi 8, or so it's like this is kind of a big phone in the US. Although when I searched for a moment and I kept scrolling down, I got old enough where I got to like their wood case and I was like, oh man, I missed these.
Which S21?
The normal one, the baby one.
Okay, so not the 5G and not the Ultra.
It is the 5G. I just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They put that on the end of all the.
I hate
phones.
that so much. Okay, yeah. Estimated ship
pre-order.
date is July 16th.
Yeah, why did it take you 6 months? Well, not. It's been almost 6 months. I think those phones came out in like January or February.
Galaxy S21 release date. January
Yes,
14th, yeah.
Yeah. Did it take them 6 months to put the magnet on it? Like, what's the hold up here?
Maybe. Wow, that is a long time for Moment. Part of me almost wants to wonder if this is like a supply chain issue, like maybe the place they were buying from got held up for COVID reasons or something. But that doesn't even make sense.
The really bad plastic factory was held up, so they had to wait a while.
Something like
so,
that.
Okay, well, on the product page, it does say compatibility is due to Samsung's decision to make their main camera much wider at 24 millimeters, not because of the larger 108 megapixel sensor. It's important to note that we don't expect other phones to follow Samsung in making their main camera wider. So it says it works with all M series lenses. I don't know which one.
That's their current ones. They had I forget what the letter is, but when they were on like in the days when all of their stuff went on Kickstarter first, those were a different mount, and that mount is it does not work with current phones. They're all too wide for this.
I see. So yeah, I don't know what
let's see. Well, I'm wondering if that's only for like the ultra wide lens or something. Oh no, sorry, never mind. For main camera.
Yeah, they said main. Yeah, I know the camera on the S21 are a little bit funky. Also because the S21 on paper has a telephoto lens, but it's just a I don't know if it's higher resolution or not, but it's a different resolution camera that they zoom in on digitally, and that's the telephoto. So it's not like a true telephoto, but yeah. So there's I do know there's some funky camera stuff going on.
Okay, I'm really curious about this then. Since they made the camera wider, I've really been wondering about this. I want to know what the story is going to be with the iPhone 12 Pro, because they made the cameras actually larger. I mean, the lenses, that whole thing is just physically larger. I wonder how that.
Well, they have to have a case for that, right?
They definitely do. I'm looking at it right now, and I don't see any note having to do with that. It says it's compatible with MagSafe. It's compatible with Moment M series lenses. They've got to be covering up some of the glass.
I wonder if also maybe part of the solution there is in the app, maybe, because like they're done with the app for Android, but they still make it for iOS. I wonder if there's enough range there where they can tweak the camera behavior to still work with their lenses.
You know, I'm looking at this picture, and to me, it looks like they just don't even have a mount over their main camera lens.
Their newest OnePlus case is still for the 7 Pro.
Oh yeah, they're done with OnePlus.
Yeah. As everyone should be.
Oh.
Garbage phones, Cody.
Is Kirby still here?
If I wanted a phone that wouldn't get Gmail notifications, I would buy a flip phone.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go on a hunch here. I don't think they're mentioning it, but I bet what's really happening is, since the iPhone is using the exact same camera sensor for all 3 cameras, and the effectively the only difference is each camera is a different focal length. I bet what Moment is doing here is they only figure you're gonna put lenses on the cameras that would emphasize even more their focal lengths. So like on the telephoto, you might put the telephoto. On the ultra wide, you would put on an ultra wide. That way you can get even deeper. Otherwise, you would just keep using the lenses on the phone and just work between those 3. That would kind of make sense, and that's why the main one, which is identical to the other 2, wouldn't be any different. Austin said, you have a feeling that Moment's time is running out. I get why you're thinking that, but dude, this company is making way more money than it was a couple years ago, when all anyone talked about them for was their lenses. They've gone full lifestyle brand. They are selling, they're still selling their phone stuff, but they sell a ton of cases and accessories to iPhone people. That part's still happening, but they've gone full into like camera gear. They're selling Fuji, Sony, I think Canon now. I know I was told they were working on making that deal. They're selling backpacks and bags and all kinds of stuff like that. That's their shtick now.
Yeah. Well, even just looking at their homepage, it's not even really about the lenses or the third-party stuff. It's all their mounting gear.
Yeah. For
their magnetic stuff.
Which, funny enough, like the banner that I have, if you're watching these banners, actually, can I go? Yeah, I can. Like this banner that's showing right here. Yes, they have mounts for the iPhone stuff, but all the other accessories in this image are things made by other companies. Yeah, so it's definitely a thing. Like they're making all their money on selling other people's stuff, or like their first party. Well, some of it's first party, some of it's not, but like their backpacking bags and stuff like that, which honestly not my style. I think they're kind of ugly, but each to their own. And then like they're selling lessons, which have zero cost outside of just filming them. So, the list goes on. Like Moment is making great money these days.
I see a link for USB cables. Do I dare find out how much money Moment wants for a USB cable?
That's a great question. The thing is, I bet anything it's not just a standard USB cable. If anything, it's probably braided.
Okay, it's like Anchor stuff.
Okay.
But it's Anchor stuff at MSRP. So
yeah,
reasonably pricey. Like they've got a 6-foot USB-C cable here for $18, which is that's pricey, but it's also Anchor, so I'm not worried about it like fraying.
Yeah, exactly.
Like an Apple cable.
Yeah, it's Anchor. It's decent, if not pretty damn good, and with a slim possibility of bad.
Can get an extended warranty for my cable, Cody.
Yeah, good luck with that. Let's see. Austin said they look like a fad designer now. You got the point where I said they're a lifestyle brand, right? I mean, lifestyle brand is the new term for fad designer. But for real, I mean, they're making decent money with this. The only thing that really kind of sticks to me is selling other people's stuff. Like, that's fine and all, but they really don't have the sales to compete with B&H, Adorama, Amazon. Like, if you just need to buy something, like just straight up buy something, yeah, you're probably not really coming out any better or worse buying from Moment, though. I don't know how their customer service or returns work. But yeah, once something's on sale, it's going to beat the crap out of Moment.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for that. Even though, I like the cases I have for my S21, and whatever they make is going to be a downgrade, so that's the other issue here. But, yeah.
Yeah. All said and done, I still don't have any ill will towards the company, but man, I really wish their cases would go back to being good.
Yeah. Like, they're still, like, they're fine. Like,
they're okay.
They cover the phone. And yeah, the
Yeah.
only issue, honestly, my main issue with their cases, besides them just kind of feeling not super great,
They're overpriced.
is yes. And when I had their case for, I don't know which phone it was. I think it was the S20. They had the bottom part extended beyond the bottom of the phone because they had the camera, like the loop for the holding it,
A wrist strap.
and
yeah,
and that made it so I couldn't put it in my phone dock because there was all that extra. I just had to take the case off, and that was annoying. So, if they're my suggestion would be put that on the top, maybe that or the side, or I don't know, figure out something. Well, actually, Samsung's. Yeah, this first party case I have on my S21 right now, it has the loop on the side. So,
yeah.
Come on,
Yeah,
Mom.
you're right, it does. Not super visible, but yeah.
no. I'll hold it closer. Ooh. Look at them holes.
Hey, it even caught focus. Your camera successfully caught focus on on the phone.
Yeah.
And missed you. That's awesome. Gotta love it. But yeah, I don't know.
They're still fine.
Yeah. I gotta say, I do like the ND filter that I got from them. Well, filters. That looks pretty good. The only thing is, like, 4 companies started making a suspiciously nearly identical product all at the same time, and it's like, what are the odds? What are the odds that everyone just decided to make this exact same thing all at once? Moment made theirs, Polar Pro made their version and partnered with Peter McKinnon so that they could put a brand name on it, which, holy crap, that thing's expensive. I know there were a couple of others. I saw them. I just can't think of their names now. But yeah, everyone made variable ND filters right at the same time that all look suspiciously similar.
Yeah.
And even though I know they're basically the same thing, I gotta admit, I still want the Peter McKinnon ones. Their packaging is really nice.
Collect them all.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I can't think of any company that I find to be accessible price-wise while also being ethical, well, pretty much that. Ethical and accessible in terms of price and, like, having decent customer service. When you pair these 3 things together...
I don't know what you're talking about, Cody. Like, Apple stopped putting chargers in the box to help the environment.
What Corbin knows and no one else does is that me and someone else just had this argument.
Yeah. I'm just being a little shit right now. Is what I'm.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
But hey, I will say it here because, well, I already said it there. I support that. Hey, I know they're not doing it for good reasons. I'm okay with that. I don't care. They're doing it to save 37 cents on their bundling price.
Save the turtles. The turtles keep getting their heads caught in the USB chargers.
Oh God. But
There's someone else who lives at this apartment complex, and I walk past their car all the time when I'm walking my dog, and they just have a sticker that says like "I break for turtles," and I appreciate that a lot. It's a cute turtle. I don't have any cute stickers. I just have a Starfleet logo on my car.
I thought you had a really cute sticker. Didn't you say you voted for Bernie? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, that's the saddest thing when I see. I've seen a couple people with the I voted for Bernie 2016 and the I voted for Bernie 2020. And that makes me sad because I'm right there with them, but now they have a blemish on their car of that.
Oh, believe me, I will never put political stickers on my car.
No.
Granted,
Well,
I will never put
my
stickers on my car, so.
Well, in my case, if I was going to put something on my car, especially while I was living in Georgia, that's an invitation to get like my windows knocked out. So I'm not going to. If anything, if I need to drive back to Georgia for an extended period of time, I'll get like a Confederate flag kind of bumper sticker somewhere for camouflage.
Well, you need not as a bumper sticker, but you need like a vinyl, something that you can just peel right back off and put on as needed.
Right. Absolutely. And I also need the one of like Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes pissing on something.
Yeah.
That's the other one. Yeah. Yeah.
Probably a soccer ball.
Yeah. I see. Well, the one I see the most actually is like an Apple logo. I don't know where that started.
Well, that's because of our I
know everyone's doing Calvin dirty. Calvin would.
You're saying Calvin would have been an iPhone user?
Well, I don't know, but I don't think he ever expressed any strong opinions on anything that wasn't just like, I don't want to go to bed early. And we've assigned him all that sticker of him pissing on just random stuff. Is just like, there's so many variations of that.
I mean, I don't think Pepe the Frog ever expressed any particularly strong opinions either, but look how that turned out.
I think he did get probably the worst end of the stick there on the scale.
A little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I
don't think Calvin's a hate symbol quite yet.
I mean, give it time.
Yeah, a couple more years.
Oh God, I'm actually picturing how it could play out, but I'm not.
I mean, Garfield's already a hate symbol.
I was gonna bring up Garfield. Actually, when I brought up Pepe, the first thing I was gonna say was Garfield, and then it's like, no, Pepe got it worse. But yeah, Garfield too. How'd that happen? He's like the most chill dude there is.
Well, I mean, honestly, Cody, I could 100% see someone becoming radicalized from that live action Garfield movie. That was horrendous. Okay. So I get it. Yeah. Calvin and Hobbes never got a movie, so that might be for the better.
I mean, to be fair, if we're just talking about movies and situations like that, look, Kevin Spacey should have been canceled long before any of the scandals just for doing Baby Boss. I didn't even watch it. I just heard it was a disaster. And they're making number 2.
Oh wait, Boss Baby? No, wait, he wasn't in that. That was the guy from 30 Rock. He was the guy who played Trump in all the SNLs. Alec Baldwin. He was Boss Baby. I think you're thinking of Baby Driver.
No, that wasn't an animated thing. And I saw that movie. It was very mediocre. But
God, how'd they get Hans Zimmer to do the music for Boss Baby?
Needs a paycheck.
Hans, no.
What movie was it?
My favorite thing about Hans Zimmer is when it's after Batman vs Superman came out, and he said like, I'm done doing music for superhero movies because like they all sound the same, and I don't enjoy doing it. And then he makes the music for the next X-Men movie, and it sounds like all his other music. He produces.
I mean, it's possible he already did that music, and it like that was the one where he's like, you know what, I'm gonna quit, and then then it comes out much later. I'd be willing to give him that.
That movie did get a lot of free shoots, so I guess it is possible.
Okay, I guess the movie I was thinking of was 9 Lives.
Okay.
Which he definitely was in. I'm checking the IMDb on that one. And he was in it with Jennifer Garner, which is pretty telling. It probably was a very, very, very mediocre movie.
I love this this Wikipedia article. That it's just called the Boss Baby franchise.
Franchise. God, that's sad.
Okay. Well, this is fun. My ass is starting to hurt from being in the seat for too long, and I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go get food now.
All right, be that way.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye, everyone. Listen to the podcast, please. Thank you.
When he hits the hang up button before I can even possibly say goodbye, he knew that if he didn't, he'd be here for another 10 or 15 minutes. So anyway, cool. So we can kill that. Let's see. Do we have any other topics? Because we're actually already running pretty close to when I'd be bouncing out, and it is hot in here. So if we have any topics, let's hit those real quick. Like, otherwise, I may bounce out myself. Also, in the meantime, I'm going to start closing a couple of tabs that I don't need to look at. And I'm seeing the constant reminders that I also want to get my I want to apply for Twitter verification again. We'll see if it happens, but I missed it on this recent round from a few weeks ago, but apparently they're reopening it. However, my phone still does not have the option. So evidently I'm even being shunned before I get to apply. This is the way Twitter is, I believe. Oops, I keep going to the wrong page for it too. Yep, still do not have the option. They are dicks. They are all the dicks. Okay, so really quick, because it was dropped into the RambleCast chat earlier by Austin. I did want to check out this. Let's get it on the right capture. There we go. So, just today, evidently Google is dropping its blah 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 commission fee on apps that are targeted at Wear OS, Android TV, Auto, and tablets and foldables, which that last one is what kind of interests me. So let's see. All right. These platforms are successful, or for these platforms to be successful, end users must adopt an upgrade. Blah blah blah. Many apps supporting these platforms features. Yeah. So the success of that was in part due to the Play Media Experience program, which has, up until today, just been in testing with early partners. Google is now ready to expand the initiative to all media companies globally in 3 areas: video, audio, and books, which does not sound to me like what we're aiming for, but okay, wait. So do the apps have to target these types of things? I'm more confused than before. So eligible content includes movies, TV shows, live sports, news, and other living room first video programming. while there must be experiences for Android TV, Google TV, and Cast platforms with cross-device playback and sign-in integrations required. Users benefit from smart recommendations to easily find content, easier sign up and sign in, and enhanced discovery. Okay, so that's slightly fishy. In the realm of audio, content covers premium music and audio content via subscription for Wear OS, Android Auto, Android TV, and Google Cast, with end users benefiting from discovery, blah, blah, blah. Books. Premium books, audiobooks, and comics are eligible with tablet and foldable optimizations, as well as entertainment space integration. Why is that? Okay. There's also a Wear OS and Android Auto requirement for audiobook apps. Okay, so they have to cover all of these spaces, I guess. Benefits encapsulate improved reading experience and content discovery and re-engagement throughout entertainment space. Google and end users will get more media apps across Android and Google TV, as well as the Cast platform, Android Auto and Automotive, tablets, foldables, and Wear OS. Platform is due for a big launch in the coming months, while large screen devices are seeing a surge in usage and interest from manufacturers. In exchange for building apps, here's the part that... Why they could have put this at the beginning. Anyway, in exchange for building apps on all of those Google platforms and integrating with specific features and APIs, these media companies see Google's cut on user purchases drop from 30% to 15%. This is independent of the upcoming change where Google is reducing its commission to 15% on the first $1 million in revenue for all, but primarily to the benefit of small to medium developers. Apps in the Play Media Experience program have to continue using the Play Store's in-app billing system. Duh. Developers also benefit from Play Store promotion and discovery as well as re-engagement. Google also provides technical aid when necessary. Okay. Man, this... from the title, I really expected something better than this. And I guess that's on me for not reading it in the right context, but when I saw that they're going to be pushing Wear OS TV and Auto and tablet, I was assuming it was going to be apps that were like really designed for these things, not just apps in 3 categories. The fact that this focuses on media apps feels like a workaround to... I mean, if I'm being honest, apps that are targeted at video, who is making these apps? And I'm just going to hit all 3 of these because they're... I guess all 3 of these are pretty straightforward. But who's making apps for video? It's the companies that already have big video content. It's Disney Plus. It's Disney. It's Netflix. It's Hulu is Disney now. You go through this long list of the companies, and it's those giant companies. So they're going to be getting a big cut. Like, they're going to pay less now. I'm not really seeing that as a big improvement for the companies that, like the small developer. This isn't something for independent developers. And these companies were already the ones making stuff for those platforms. So I'm not really sure what this is changing. Except giving those guys a better cut of the money. The story is a little bit better for audio because, like podcast apps, you could, if you make a podcast app, realistically, sure, that's going to do well. If you can somehow make a media player app for playing music, if you can somehow charge for that these days, good for you. You might also make back a little bit more money now. And books, I mean, how many companies are selling apps for reading books or selling the books themselves? Again, it's big publishers. And seeing as how there is a... Well, I guess if that focus... Okay, that requirement's just for Wear OS and Android Auto. And that's only for audiobooks. But premium books, audiobooks, and comics. Yeah, this is really just for publishers. So they're basically telling publishers, hey, if you really want to make a little more of your actual money, make sure that your apps work on tablets. Yeah, this isn't for independent developers. This is actually kind of... It sounds nice until you think about who's making this stuff. I'm... Show of hands. Anyone in chat who uses or pays for an app, pays for even a subscription, anything to somebody for an app that is objectively more from an independent developer. Because I'd bet anything that if you're using any of the apps that fall into these categories, the companies behind them are already multi-million-dollar companies. Like, we're not talking little tiny startups. We're talking companies that are... The amount of money that they're peddling each year is well over $1 million. Well, probably well over $10 million. What about my future podcast app? Believe me, I really want to do that. I don't know that I'll ever have time for it, but I really want to do that because I have an idea for it. God, I have an idea for it that would very much change how... It would be a big change. It would be something that I think people would really like. But it would require so much development time, which is that's the part that hurts. That app, I'm gonna guess, I'd have to guess, I think would probably take, for me to write it by myself, probably close to a year. And that's if I didn't have to do anything else in the meantime. Maybe it wouldn't take that long. I might be able to get some bare bones stuff built sooner. But yeah, that would be a really, really heavy duty project. I think the other couple of projects I want to do first would stand a better chance. That being said, I think that app would also completely put to an end a lot of other apps out there. I could be wrong, but I think it would pretty much make Pocket Casts irrelevant, which would be kind of nice. No ill will towards Pocket Casts, I just think it sucks. Yeah, anyway, so again, other topics, feel free to hit us up. Really quickly, I just stumbled onto Android Central will presume a list of the updated changes in the Android 12 beta today, the one that came out today. Let's see, fix an issue that prevented users from accessing things on the lock screen. All right. Fix an issue that caused information such as weather and calendar events to not appear in the at a glance widget. Fix an issue that sometimes caused flickering or jittery animations when accessing recent apps with gesture navigation. Yeah, actually that one I noticed happening. Speaking of, my Pixel 4 XL is now restarting with this update. Fix an issue that sometimes caused microphone and camera permission indicators to get stuck and disappeared until the phone was rebooted. Interesting. Because I definitely noticed those indicators. Fix an issue when using the Android emulator that prevented the AVD from connecting to the internet. Alright, pretty niche issue. fix an issue where after taking beta and resetting the device, some users were stuck on Setup Wizard. Okay, so this list may not have been perfect. I'm assuming there's probably not much else to this update, but maybe we'll check. Oh, hey, now that I think about it, that's why I went to Twitter. We'll quickly see if Michelle has posted anything. I kind of doubt there's going to be something here, but just in the offhand chance that there is. Oh, he hasn't even posted anything in the last several days. All right, well, that puts that question to rest. Let's see. Awesome. You know, the day before you hit publish, Apple would release their podcast app on Android. So first off, let's be honest. If Apple releases a podcast app on Android, nobody will care. That will be such a non-subject. It'll be forgotten the day it happens. I'm sure there's some people out there who would love it. It would probably like sync your subscriptions across other Apple devices and have a couple of other little details that are neat, but I don't think many people would really care about that. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's my hunch. Let's see. Okay, and just read Kirby's comment. Okay, but yeah, the thing is, for reasons that I'm not going to immediately talk about, we'll say my podcast app also could never possibly be on an Apple device. For reasons. There is an actual technical limitation that would make it completely impossible. But that's a thing to talk about some other time. Actually, that may not be true anymore. I don't know. Damn it, Google, stop asking me if I've signed in on another device. I love how I get that question, or I love how that question pops up across all of my phones, including the one that I signed into. That's always fun. iPhone 12s this year, not the 13. Did somebody say 13? I don't think I did. But yeah, wait, did someone say that? I don't remember seeing that anywhere. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the iPhone this year. I have a feeling this is probably not going to be the most substantial update. News articles? Well, let's see. What are the rumors saying? Mac rumors. You can just hop over to there, because if anybody is going to, if anyone's going to say this, I have a feeling it's probably going to be them. Okay, so oh, oops, that's not really what I was looking for, but just in the offhand chance. No, they don't say very clearly. Okay, could we should I upgrade to the... Oh, that's someone's forum post. Curvy, you and the 9 to 5s. So 13 pricing to remain the same, no terabyte option. Let's see. So Apple is expected to announce new iPhones less than 3 months from now. The iPhone 13 or 12s has yet to be unveiled, but a new report sheds light. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, in the report, they're saying iPhone 12s. As previous reporting has indicated, Apple is expected to shrink the notch on top of the screen and unveil again 4 new models, and this has all 13s in them. So, okay, no one can decide what they think it's going to be, but the most recent report says 12s. Honestly, I didn't even know that the assumption was that. I didn't think the assumption aimed for a 13, but okay. Laughs in Pixel 3 XL. Not quite not I don't follow, but I'm sure you'll say something. Why are they? I don't understand the purpose of this picture now that I'm looking at it. Like, why show this? Why show this? There's so much wrong with this picture. I get that they're showing that the notch is not as wide, and, you know, kind of trying to show off that there's 4 sensors. A few things stand out to me. First off, look real close at the top edge of this phone. This phone is busted. Like, either the phone is busted or they've got a case on it. I don't know, but something real weird is happening there. Also, this screen protector outline goes wider than the phone by just like a couple millimeters. Something about this just doesn't look right. But anyway, whatever. Curvy, the girlfriend, wants to get a 12S Pro Max. So, I mean, I've said it before. You know me, I don't want to use an iPhone as a phone, but I do want to get one. I doubt I'll be able to afford it with this iPhone, but I might start looking into it. And if I can get... We'll see. We'll see. I really want to, because I have some ideas for stuff to do with it. But not for now. Let's see. Offhand chance, anything interesting in the Apple world of news? Wait, new AirPods are expected later this year. Really? Are they actually due for a new model already? It doesn't feel like it's been long enough. Yeah, okay. So, what else did we have? Seemingly nothing of interest on the Android 12 front. The Apple credit card. Yeah. Believe me, I'm going to be waiting until that MacBook Pro gets announced. Then we'll talk about the Apple credit card. Because, yeah, that's where all that's going to go. As far as an iPhone, when I do buy an iPhone, it'll be on that card, but I'm not going to rush that out the door. Wait, what? Apple TV Plus series, blah, blah, blah. And the problem with Jon Stewart I have not heard about this. So they've set up a deal with Jon Stewart, which will see him returning to television. Additional details, it'll be called The Problem with Jon Stewart. The name is a nod to the issues that Stewart will explore with his current affairs news series. Stewart is set to cover one issue per episode, with topics ranging from what's in the national conversation to issues that are part of Stewart's advocacy work. So basically, it's Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, but with somebody who is like 5 years older. Awesome. Well, the same thing, but minus the British accent. Don't get me wrong, I love Jon Stewart, so this is still good, but the specifics are under wraps at this time, but Apple plans to provide a companion podcast alongside the show when it launches. Stewart will both host and produce the show, which is set to come out this fall. And Apple is anticipating multiple seasons. Well, that's good for them. By the way, last week, I finished watching season 2 of For All Mankind. For real, really good. Really, really good. Enjoyed it. I also just finished watching season 1 of Ted Lasso. Also good, but okay. I think it got overhyped. Yeah, I don't care about the rest of that. Man, getting Jon Stewart back in front of the camera. I'm looking forward to this. Anyway. Let's see. Kirby's girlfriend has annual upgrades with Verizon. That's cool. But yeah, I would like to see. I don't know what I want to see out of the next iPhone. That's kind of the weird thing. At this point, I don't know what else they can really announce that's going to substantially upgrade the iPhone this year. I know that they're gunning for things like under display fingerprint reading and a handful of other things. So that's cool. I'm good with that idea. I'm just curious, like, I feel like there's not that much that they can still add, which is interesting. I don't know. She wants Touch ID back. Oh, everybody. I know not everybody does, but yeah, to me it's a must. Don't get me wrong. I'm a little more acclimated to the Pixel 4 face unlock. But I just don't think it's good. It just isn't good. It's not a good experience. It's annoying to have a phone that wants to wake up all the freaking time for no reason whatsoever. I just don't like that. It doesn't make sense to me. Let's see. What else? There was something else I was about to say about that, and I'm totally blanking. Yeah. Anyway. She was really gonna hold on to her iPhone 8 Plus till Touch ID came back. Yikes. I mean, I get it. I think it's the better experience, but man, it's not like with the Pixel where they did one generation of face unlock and then we're like, nah, you know what? We get it. It's just better having a touch sensor. That made sense. You can skip one generation of phone, and if maybe the Pixel 4 was the one that you were coming back to and were planning on buying, all right, fine. You can kind of squeeze by maybe 2 generations. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be going like, I guess that's what, since the 8, that's what, 4 or 5 years out. 5 years, right? No. 4? Wait. iPhone 8 release date was 2017. So, okay, 4 years. Still too long. Too long on the same phone. Maybe I'm spoiled, but I wouldn't want to do that. That'd be the same as still being on the, what, Pixel 2 XL? But her iPhone 8 got dropped by a snotty-nosed kid who was zooming around the aisles in a store, and his mother didn't discipline him or apologize. Jeez. So the kid dropped her phone. I'm assuming there's a crack or something, some kind of damage. The mother didn't offer to do anything in that scenario. There's got to be some other context to this. Like, generally speaking, there'd be some sort of like, hey, really sorry about that. Can I pay your deductible or something? Or is that just kind of like a no-go kind of thing? Shattered... Wait. So she's using a phone that still has a shattered screen? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. If it was just a crack somewhere, I could kind of get it. But if it broke the... If it did more than, like, put a crack in the corner, that doesn't seem super usable. And at this point, I definitely would have replaced it. Hell, if nothing else, I would have gone on, like, Craigslist and bought just another iPhone 8 Pro. Or Plus, sorry. I just can't imagine... I would not walk around with a phone with a shattered screen. It just would not be... It wouldn't be happening. Mother just said, Ryan, watch what you're doing. And no, she ran an iPhone 11 Pro Max. Wait, what? Oh, I see. She was going to stick with the iPhone 8 Plus, but then after the phone got dropped, she moved to an iPhone 11 Pro Max. All right. That makes more sense. I thought that you were saying that she did stick with an iPhone 8 and the plan was to change with this next one. So, okay. I didn't quite get that context. Makes sense now. Man. That would be such a long time to hold on to a phone. Oh my god, way too long to hold on to a phone. I say that even though I'm one of the first people to say, no, everyone should, if you can, you should hold on to phones as long as you can. It's good for you. I mean, maybe not you personally, but more like ideally phones find a second or third life. She hates Face ID. I mean, I would too. And not just because Face ID struggles with me. Sometimes. It's not too bad. And I say Face ID, I mean Face Unlock. But, yeah, I just don't like it. I don't like holding up the phone to see me. I don't know. It's not the experience that I want out of it. Let's see. She's contemplating getting an Android phone. And you didn't strike? You didn't take your opportunity to be like, come to the dark side. Come with me. Let me show you the way. But there's some things she needs iOS for. Yikes. Wait. Something she needs iOS for. Is this like a pro app? Is this a system need? I mean, you don't have to go into detail. I'm just vaguely curious, like what category of thing. Because I hear this a lot, and most of the time when I hear it, well, it's almost every time I hear somebody needs, quote unquote, needs a pro, or sorry, needs iOS, it's almost always because they Apple exclusives. Okay, yeah, fine, that makes sense. Almost every time I hear that, it's someone saying that they need a Pro, or they need iOS either because some company came out with a Pro app, and by Pro I'm not talking like a $10 app that they really like. I'm talking like some company made a piece of hardware, and the only way to use that piece of hardware is with an iOS app, and it's for like tuning pianos, or it's for or it's something that runs some machine kind of thing. Like, I hear that surprisingly often. That comes up all the time, but you know, it's not necessarily the issue that everyone faces. She says apps work better on an iPhone. It's mostly true. Sad but true, it is. Not to say that there aren't plenty of apps that work just fine on Android, but yeah, the Android APIs are not as robust. They do tend to be janky. What was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, with iPhones, the other reason that I hear a lot of times is typically like the Apple exclusive services, they're so kind of ingrained in that ecosystem that they just can't leave it anymore. So I get that one too, but yeah, most of the time when I hear somebody say that, and actually mean it, it's for those reasons. They're either deeply ingrained in the ecosystem or they've got pro hardware. A lot of times if you ask someone, what do you need it for? They'll just say, I don't know, I just like it more. Okay, so you don't need it. You just say that. Trying to get her to get a Samsung S21 Plus or Pixel 6 Pro. I mean, if she's kind of digging on, I don't know what I would send someone to if they were thinking about moving away from an iPhone these days. At one point in history, I would have steered people either to Google's phones or away from Google's phones. Now, I'm not really sure, because Google, I think here's a hunch, and count this as my prediction of this will be my one like serious Pixel prediction probably. I have a feeling we're gonna see more than just casual changes. I know we've already kind of seen this with Android 12, so it's fairly predictable, but I think we're probably going to see at the Pixel announcement a few more changes that are really designed around kind of stealing people away from Google's competitors. And this includes to some extent Samsung. It definitely includes Apple. I think we're going to see some custom apps or services popping up with a new Pixel, because this big design change and the fact that they're spending a lot of money and doing a bunch of partnerships, I feel like they wouldn't do that if all they're going to do is show up with a brand new phone, or a new look for their phone. I could see that being a motivator, but it feels to me like Google is really angling to make this release a big attention grabber. And the best way that they can do that is it's by making the biggest changes that they can across the board. They want everything to look and feel different. That, I think, is why we're getting this new design language, this new look, the Material U colors, and everything is big, round, and, you know, super touch friendly to the point of almost looking like a SpongeBob cartoon. Like, we're approaching a different Pixel scenario kind of thing, is my theory. I'm really running low on the ramble territory here. Which also, I think I can feel my voice going, so if we got anything left, hit me like now. I'm also kind of quickly skimming around to see if there were any other topics. I know I had stuff for last week, and then with the internet issues, the show couldn't happen, but I cannot remember what my other topics were. Just get off. I was going to make a joke there, but I'll leave that one alone. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. It's 6:30. So yeah, I think I'll bounce, and I'm going to try to finish that review, writing that review tonight. Probably do some photos tomorrow, along with I have some undesirable chores that I need to go run tomorrow that involve going and getting signatures on stuff and blah blah blah. Google Store is exactly what everyone expected. Oh yeah. Yeah, did we talk about that 2 weeks ago or whatever it was? I don't remember now, but yeah, they missed an opportunity there. But again, I'm still holding to the theory that if you're going to launch stores, do a soft launch, let some people in, let it be a regular store, iron out the bugs, and then do a grand opening. They're in New York. This is normal for them. That is their shtick in New York. So I'm not gonna blame or hate on them yet. I want to see where things go from here. And they have a big ass space, so it's not like they can't. They can still bring more stuff in. They can, it's kind of like any Google app. It's launching with the bare necessities, and in 6 months to a year, they'll release an update that makes things good. Oh, why does everything out of Google have to feel so incomplete when it comes out? But anyway, so trying to think if there was anything else. Let's see. This weekend, for those who don't like Borderlands content, don't bother watching, because it's going to be a weekend of Revenge of the Cartels, Borderlands 3. It is straight up running right headfirst into that. So yeah, just saying it. Saturday and Sunday, possibly Friday. We'll see. I kind of want to get an early start. I don't know how long the event is going to last, so I want to get in there, do a ton of, I'm going to play through all of it first, and then probably do some farming, depending on how much time there is. One way or another, I'm going to do some farming offline, but yeah, that'll happen later. And then following not too long after, well, for anyone who's looking forward to the Last of Us part 2 playthrough, the replay, yeah, I'll be doing that the following weekend, I hope, probably, depending on it depends a little bit, but we'll see. With that, thanks to everyone for coming by and hanging out, being part of the conversation, chatting with me. Glad to see all your smiling faces here. Let's see, I hope you all have a great week. Yeah, I just completely lost the rest of that whole thread of what I was going to say. But still, happy you came by, happy that you listened, had something to entertain you or get you angry or get you talking, get you laughing, whatever works. And as usual, I will see you next week. Of course, if you'd like to support the channel, there are links down below for Patreon and Streamlabs. And yeah, with that, you know the routine. Good night, everybody.